In this meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Monterey County, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. At this point, I'm going to turn to Diego Celis, our interpreter, to ask for his announcement of services.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré el intérprete español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lento y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
And then this morning I'm going to see if our county council doesn't mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn to the clerk and see if we have any additions or corrections to this morning's agenda.
We do. There is an addition to item number 12 under scheduled matters, housing and community development. Attachment I was added. In addition, there's an addition to item number 14 under scheduled matters for the county administrative office. A revised Monterey County financial forecast was received. And lastly, item number 19 will be removed from the agenda at the department's request.
All right. With those notes, we're going to proceed. Next up on our agenda is our ceremonial resolutions. Is there any member of this board who wishes to pull a ceremonial resolution for comment or question? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. See if there's any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions. I see nobody coming forward in room. No hands going up via Zoom. I'll bring it back for action. Got a motion from Askew, second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we're going to jump into a presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Daniels.
Up here, and I hope you will. Thank you so much. Kate Daniels. Tom Mastre. Tom Motley, thank you so much. And anyone
Supervisor.
else here from a civil grand jury?
Supervisor.
Oh my gosh, why don't you all please come on up?
Supervisor Daniels.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much. I do have a microphone here. I'm here today, and we're all here to highlight the important work that you all do as volunteers in Monterey County. And I know sometimes it's a thankless job, and I just want to take this moment to express our appreciation and our gratitude for the service that you have all done. Today's board resolution is a resolution proclaiming each year, let me see here, proclaiming March 2025 as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month in the County of Monterey. And so this opportunity, perhaps most importantly, is to let other people know in our county that this opportunity exists, and hopefully they can provide the services that you all have. Whereas every year in California's 58 counties, a group of ordinary citizens take an oath to voluntarily serve a one-year term as civil grand jurors, and whereas civil grand juries have been a cornerstone of California's judicial system since the adoption of the original state constitution in 1849 and 1850, and whereas civil grand juries conduct their investigations under the auspices of the Superior Court of California and have broad access to public officials, employees, records, and information, one of the most critical functions of a civil grand jury is to review the operations of local government officers, departments, and agencies. Thank you for all that you do. Whereas civil grand juries are entrusted with the responsibility of investigating and reporting on local governmental operations, ensuring that such responsibilities are fulfilled legally, efficiently, honestly, and in the best interest of the public. Civil grand juries serve as independent watchdog authorities, separate from the entities and officials they investigate. And whereas diligent fact-finding efforts of civil grand juries result in reports containing specific recommendations aimed at identifying governmental issues and suggesting ways to improve operations and responsiveness, and whereas the hard work and commitment of civil grand juries have significant and positive impact on our communities, contributing to making California a better place to live, and whereas the reward of serving as a civil grand juror lies in the satisfaction of collaborating with fellow residents and community members to improve local government for all. Whereas it is fitting and proper to recognize the efforts of jurors, both past and present, who have volunteered their time and service to the County of Monterey Civil Grand Jury. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all county and its residents, therefore hereby proclaim March 2025 as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month in the County of Monterey, and encourages all residents to recognize and appreciate the valuable contributions of civil grand jurors in promoting transparency, accountability, and excellence in local government. So passed and adopted on this day, March 11th, by all of the board members behind me. Thank you all very much. And I am presenting this to all of you, but in particular, I've got the two of you here. Did either one of you want to say a word about your service? Okay, wonderful. And remind me again your name?
My name is Tom Motley.
Tom Motley. There
Yeah.
you go.
Okay.
Wonderful. Oops. Do you want me to hold something?
I got some notes.
Okay, he's got some notes. Fantastic.
Thank you, Supervisor Daniels, for this honor. We appreciate that. Thank you for recognizing both past and present civil grand juries. I'm sorry, our forum person, Doug Smith, is not here this week. He's on vacation. So in his absence, I'd like to thank all my fellow jurors for the hard work that they're putting in right now. And I would like to say I've enjoyed working with this group of intelligent, curious, and committed individuals. Like most civil grand juries, we are a diverse group. We are made up of people from careers in local government, education, defense, technology, charitable organizations, and private industry. Everyone brings their own experience and knowledge to our team, and that makes for a powerful collaboration. On behalf of us that are serving on the grand jury this year, we thank the Board of Supervisors for your support of our work. Thank you for your attention to our reports and our recommendations. And thank you for the thoughtful responses to those reports and the updates we request during the year. As Monterey County citizens, we acknowledge your commitment to transparency in county government. And for those that are listening to this proceeding today in the room here or on Zoom, let me say we're always looking for new jurors. So if you have interest in local government and you have the time to commit, we'd appreciate you applying for a juror position. You can do that by going to the county website and looking in the civil grand jury section. There's an application you can complete for your application to the jury. And the county is accepting, by the way, the next jury begins in mid-June. The county is accepting applications now up until the deadline of May 2nd. So thank you again for the honor.
Wonderful. Thank you. And let's get a picture. Yes. You know what? There's been a request for all of you to please join us for a picture. Leadership Monterey Peninsula.
Yeah, we supported Mary.
Thank you. We miss Mary.
Yes, she's still here. She's around.
Yes.
Thank you. She misses all of you, so thank you.
Thanks, Kay.
And I'll see you soon. See you all later.
All right. Thank you again for your service to the members of the Civil Grand Jury. We appreciate you joining us this morning. And with that, we're going to move into appointments. We have 3 appointments. They're number 6, 7, and 8 on today's agenda. Is there a member of this body who wishes to pull an item from appointments? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to the public. Is there a member of the public who wishes to pull an item from appointments? Coming back, I have a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Second. Got a second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we're going to jump into our consent calendar. We do have a note here that we removed item 19 at the request of the department. Is there a member of this board who wishes to remove an item from consent for comment, questions, or additional?
Got a correction on an item.
Okay. Which
That
item?
would be 29 on the minutes for February 25th.
Okay, I've got 29. I'll go out and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to pull an item from consent this morning. I see nobody coming forward in room. No hands up via Zoom, so we'll come back. Comments, correction on 29.
Yeah, the correction is on item 13 on the February 25th minutes. It was a motion that I made concerning the Moss Landing battery fire and directing staff to hold public updates at least once a month here from the Board of Supervisors. My comments were to hold public updates, at the Board of Supervisors at least once a month until the cleanup is finished.
Okay, with an
I
input.
wanted to get that clarified.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a clarification on that item. With that, is there a motion to approve with that clarification? Got a motion from Alejo, second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The measure carries. Thank you. With that, we've concluded our consent calendar. We'll jump into our general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks to come forward. You have 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board. You don't have to introduce yourself, but we'll go to folks in the room first and then go to Zoom, so the floor is yours.
Bucola, and I am here to inform the board about how Monterey County Council litigated or attempted to litigate my case, Bucola versus Boucher, and the case number was 5:22-CV-03877. So we're going to start with Susan K. Blitch. And in ECF 27-1, she swore under penalty of perjury that she was an attorney of record when she actually wasn't. She tried to become one in July of 2024. And the irony is, in this document, she wrote that there was a bench warrant that had been ordered for my arrest for failure to appear. And she actually failed to appear in federal litigation. That violates Local Rule 5-1, that every attorney must file a notice of appearance. Then we can move on to Leslie Gerard, who also failed to file his notice of appearance. To this day, he's listed as lead counsel on my case. We're going to move on to the systems administrator, Rosella Isela Lopez, who declared under penalty of perjury that all my video evidence for my arrests when I was in captivity in the jail for standing on a public beach had been destroyed by the time I filed my lawsuit in June of 2022, except that Sam Biederwell sent me 5 of those videos in November of 2023. Sam Beaterwell, which is more pathetic, is one and the same that entered Lopez's declaration into my case. That's it? That's my time? All right. All right, thanks. I'll be back next weekend to continue to tell you about what they've done.
All right. Anybody else in the room? Not seeing anyone coming forward. Go to Zoom and see if there's any hands up. We remind folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, to be recognized.
Matt B.
Matt, the floor is yours.
Muting. Brian Rosen.
Brian? Brian?
Hello, members of the Board of Supervisors. You sure have an empty room there today. You don't seem to be a very popular attraction. I would like to inform you about what's happening right now. It's a great, great crisis that's happening to our country. Our country's, it's being taken over by authoritarians and fascists who are working very hard and diligently to destroy our Constitution. Recently, the Trump administration had somebody arrested, a legal resident student, just for protesting against the genocide happening in Gaza, which, by the way, to be against the genocide in Gaza is not anti-Semitic. Every group, including Jews, has good and bad elements, and there are thuggish elements in the running the Jewish Israeli government. Most Jews are heroic, hardworking, and most American Jews, I believe, are opposed to this genocide. We need you to stand up to this assault on the Constitution of the United States. We are sinking right into the most dire dictatorship when fascist people who are like Nazis taking over our government, declaring Congress irrelevant. Trump is saying he's the law. One of his executive orders that he decides what is legal. He's above the law, according to the Supreme Court. That decision needs to be revisited. So he thinks he can do whatever he wants to do, dissolve multiple government agencies that were founded by Congress, which he has no right to do. He's out of control. Our government, you need to defend the Constitution of the United States. You need to ask Mr. Panetta to do that.
Thank you,
need to
Mr.
demand
Rosen. We're at time. Thank you very much.
Phone number ending in 705.
705?
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Recently, a windstorm blew through Carmel Valley. A mighty pine fell by the road and a huge oak tree branch was torn asunder, but not one eucalyptus tree fell. When a pine falls, our local officials don't condemn all pines to be cut down. When a eucalyptus tree falls, the calls come to cut them all down. Right now, in this fire-prone era, a call to cut trees to prevent fires is breeding a hatred and dread of trees, the very things that can help save us from our CO2 heated up world. One large tree absorbs 1 ton of CO2 a year, as well as 10 pounds of heavy metals and car pollutants a year. Trees create rainfall. They transpire moisture through their leaves and keep air cool and moist, and the ground cover as well. Take away the trees and you take away our ability to withstand fires because you're heating up the world with cars and commerce. Costa Rica lost much of its rainfall, so scientists were called in to study the problem. The conclusion was stop cutting down your forests, which they did. The rainfall returned, and now Costa Rica is a shining example of environmental success. What this body of government needs to do is to work with the fire department and housing permit laws to make sure we start building houses that don't burn and forbid wooden fences. Everyone clears their properties of trees and builds wooden fences. Dead wood does not hold moisture. We need to promote non-flammable building products. Cutting trees is like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We need every tree we can save right now, and the bigger the better. The bigger the tree, the more CO2 it will harbor. That's why saving eucalyptus trees is so important right now. They are a huge carbon sink. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Matt B.
Matt, we're back to you. You with us?
Unmuting.
Yes, sorry about that earlier. Dear supervisors and community members, my name is Matt Baraletti. I've successfully operated a short-term rental STR since 2018 in Castroville in the inland region. I am adhering to all city and county regulations and paying applicable taxes, including TOT. I'm here to speak and raise awareness of the negative impacts of the proposed STR ban, which would eliminate or reduce lodging options for some examples, families with infants requiring additional space, disabled veterans attending local service dog trainings, families traveling with disabled members, travel nurses and doctors, construction workers and journeymen, low-income families traveling for the first time together, families who had to evacuate their home. These are all examples of people and families that have stayed in our unit since 2018 and many, many more. We welcome quality control and safety standards. However, the current ordinance specifically bans duplexes, even if one side is owner occupied, despite the one STR per parcel rule. This exclusion is arbitrary and directly impacts my livelihood. It also deprives diverse groups of vital lodging options in the Monterey Bay area. I respectfully request a stay on the implementation of the ban for Pacific property types such as duplexes until further research justifies their exclusion. We are all committed to complying with reasonable regulations and believe we should be allowed to participate in the short-term rental market. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to see if there's anybody left via Zoom.
Sharon Greenstein.
Sharon?
I'm still, hello?
We
Can you hear me now? It looks like you'd hear me. Perfect. All right, I'm here to talk about the Moss Landing fire, specifically the battery fire, to be specific. The air quality data. So the air quality data on the county's website has errors in the spreadsheet. I would like the county to address those errors that are in the air quality data that was from the EPA. Additionally, that data showed that the HF was increasing at Station 5, which was in the harbor, when they decided to demobilize. I think the community has a right to know why they decided to demobilize when they were starting to get increased readings of HF. In addition to those data errors and the air quality data having issues, I am trying to get a hold of the temperature of the fire, the readings. The fire department says they never received readings of the fire temperature. So they were told me to reach out to the county. So I would like the county to make that information available of the fire temperatures from January 16th to today, because people are still having symptoms and we need to get to the bottom of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I don't see any other hands up via Zoom. Nobody coming forward in the room. We'll close public comment at this point, general public comment, move into our first scheduled matter, which is item 11, PLN 230321, known as Eden Housing, Inc., looking to develop 132 units of affordable housing in 4 buildings with 2 amenity facilities. And for this presentation, we're going to go to Taylor Price and team. Taylor, the floor is yours.
Would it be possible to share the presentation on the computer?
Is it, Taylor, is it not there for you to pull up?
Yeah.
It's not there? I thought they added them. Let me ask.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Taylor Price, Senior Planner working out of class, and I am accompanied by my colleagues, Katie Scariot, Assistant Planner, and Melanie Beretti, Chief of Planning, who will be able to speak on the item as well. Today, staff is requesting that the Board of Supervisors find that the project and lease disposition and development agreement qualify for an exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15183, and find that the project and the lease disposition and development agreement qualify for a Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15332. Today, staff is requesting that the Board of Supervisors consider approval of development of 132 units of affordable housing in 4 buildings with 2 amenity facilities and other associated site improvements on the area subject to the lease disposition and development agreement. Approve a lease disposition and development agreement between the County of Monterey and Eden Housing, Inc. Approve a regulatory agreement and declaration of restrictive covenants and a ground lease agreement substantially to form, and authorize the Director of Housing and Community Development to negotiate and execute a regulatory agreement and declaration of restrictive covenants and ground lease agreement for $1 per year rent and a term of 99 years, including modifications as may be required by approved security interest holders prior to close of escrow, subject to review and approval as to form by County Council, and said decision is to be in substantial conformance with the attached plan and subject to the attached conditions, which are incorporated herein for reference. The staff report actions have incorrect lettering. The actions themselves are correct and are in the correct order. The lettering is simply incorrect. The proposed project site is an approximately 4.97 acres located within the City of Salinas at 855 East Laurel Drive. The site has a City of Salinas zoning district of public, semi-public with a flood overlay. Multifamily dwellings are allowed in this zoning district as long as they comply with the requirements of residential medium density, which this project does. While a portion of the parcel is in the flood zone AE, the project site is not in the flood zone. The project is co-located and adjacent to the Share Center as well as county facilities yards, and the applicant and HCD staff coordinated with the Share Center and County of Monterey Public Works facilities and parks. The proposed project is for 100% affordable multifamily rental housing on county-owned land in the City of Salinas. The proposed project will consist of 130 affordable rental housing units, of which an anticipated 53 will be very low income, 49 low income, and 29 extremely low income units, plus 2 manager units. The proposed project will be built in 2 phases. The proposed project will consist of 4 rental apartment buildings, 2 amenity facilities, 180 parking spaces, and other facilities for residents, such as outdoor gathering spaces, a playground, a rain garden, and raised beds for a community garden. The county has collaborated with the City of Salinas throughout the process and pursuant to the MOU with the city executed on April 27th, 2021. An RFQ was issued on October 4th, 2022, and Eden Housing, Inc. was chosen as the developer. Subsequently, on February 17th, 2023, the County of Monterey and Eden Housing, Inc. entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement to facilitate the development. The county is processing entitlements and permitting for the proposed project and will receive the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA credits, for the development. The proposed project is eligible for an 80% density bonus and has requested 5 concessions and incentives, including a reduction to parking lot landscaping requirements, a reduction in parking spaces from zoning to meet state law, a decrease in parking stall depth by 1 foot, no 4-bedroom units, and a reduced open space within the development due to the proximity of public recreation and open space nearby. The proposed project has been analyzed and no conflicts or inconsistencies exist with the county's 2010 general plan, City of Salinas' 2002 general plan, and the City of Salinas' zoning ordinance. I will now hand the presentation to Katie Scariot.
The infill development is consistent with the existing pattern of growth, and the project design integrates with the surrounding uses. Examples of color swatches can be seen on the screen. The developer engaged with the local community multiple times. When the developer met with the community members heavily focused on providing youth with appropriate amenities and large spaces for the community to gather. With those main ideas in mind, the developer produced a culturally responsive design to accommodate for those requests. A certificate of compliance was issued in order to divide the fueling station from the property on January 15, 2025. Alco Water issued a conditional can and will serve letter to the developer based on the mutual understanding that a new water line connection must be established off of Garner Avenue to supply the project site with water, and the Alco Water access easement must be relocated and will be relocated directly off of East Laurel Drive. A traffic study was conducted, and the study found that a traffic signal will be needed to be put in at East Laurel and Veterans Way. There will be a fair share funding for maintenance of Veterans Way between the developer and the county. The Lease Disposition and Development Agreement, or LDDA, provides provisions for conveyance. The LDDA provides assignment and development of the county property. The LDDA means terms for the lease price, assignment and transfers, defaults and remedies, indemnity, and insurance provisions. Additionally, the LDDA includes a schedule of milestones for the proposed project with county review of final financing plan, construction plans, and issuance of construction permits, construction contract approvals, and Eden to provide a construction bond. The Regulatory Agreement and Declaration of Restrictive Covenants, or Regulatory Agreement, between the County of Monterey and Eden Housing establishes parameters surrounding the operation of the development, affordability, and occupancy conveyance, property management, and maintenance. The Regulatory Agreement establishes that the county property will be deed restricted for 55 years and further require that all 132 units shall remain income restricted for the term of 99 years. The ground lease agreement, or lease, will provide the terms and conditions for the long-term lease and interest of county property to the developer. The lease term will be 99 years of the effective date. A key provision staff would like to highlight is that the end of the term assessment required for the site improvements criteria established that the developer either repair to good condition to meet minimum useful life criteria or restore the site to graded condition. The regulatory agreement, or ground lease agreement, have been negotiated substantial to form and to be finalized prior to close of escrow for each phase of the development. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt resolutions approving the following: the development of 132 residential units of affordable housing development at the county's East Laurel property, the LDDA between the County of Monterey and Eden Housing, and the regulatory agreement and ground lease agreement substantially to form to be final, negotiated, and executed by the Director of Housing and Community Development in substantial conformance with the attached plans and subject to attached conditions. Find that the proposed project and the lease disposition and development agreement qualify for a Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15332 for infill development and qualify for an exemption pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15183 for consistency with the 2002 City of Salinas General Plan and City of Salinas zoning. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad to see this project get to this point. This was originally one of my referrals to utilize one of our vacant county properties to actually build affordable housing in my district. One of the few housing projects that I do have a say in. But I did want, well, first of all, I want to commend the City of Salinas for partnering because they put up substantial money to realize this project. But is there a representative from Eden Housing here? Okay, great. So before I have my questions for you, I did want to also thank Alco Water because I think staff, we needed to get that that letter, that the will serve letter. They wanted to address those issues about their easement, so I appreciate them working on that aspect of it. On the RENA numbers, are we sharing those numbers with the City of Salinas, or are we claiming all of them? I wasn't clear on that point. Because I know that was an issue that was to be negotiated with the city so that it potentially could be a win-win.
Through the chair, the county will be claiming all of the RENA credits for the development.
And the city was good with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So for my questions for Eden Housing, though, when I attended the workshops that were held about this project, and one of the concerns I had because of the historical encampments nearby was whether there was going to be fencing to better protect the property and security cameras. Can you address that? Because I think for some of these projects, we've learned some lessons of the past, but to prevent and mitigate potential issues with the new families and residents that may move in, that was one concern that we hope could be addressed in the design of the project.
I'll just introduce us. I'm Louis.
Yes.
Associate Director with Eden Housing.
Could you speak closer to the mic?
Yeah. Louis Liss, Associate Director with Eden Housing. I'm joined by...
I'm Rena, Project Developer with Eden Housing and a Project Manager for this project.
Great to have you here.
And then to answer your question, the project is designed to be enclosed with fencing, and we also have an access-controlled gate. And that would be something that only residents have access to. So this way, the whole community will be gated.
Perfect. That brings a big relief because we all understand that area's had issues. It gets cleaned up and then folks come back. But the fact that you guys thought that through, I really want to appreciate you guys doing that. And then there was some discussion. I know we've had a change in the operator of the share center from Bay Area Community Services now to Community Human Services. But initially, there was some desire by Bay Area Community Services to have some units of the apartment to be able to use for some of our residents, families staying at the share center so they can move into permanent housing, utilizing some of these units. Is there any agreement there that has been finalized or discussed?
Yeah, I can speak to this.
Great.
So, we were in full communication with the Share Center staff through the entitlements and have reached out as a neighbor. We have yet to designate any specific units for Share Center families. That would have to happen in concert with discussions about the financing and the unit mix, which we're still finalizing. So there's still time to continue those discussions, and if feasible, we would be happy to have them.
Great. And I want to hopefully encourage that to be a win-win there too, between the synergy between the share center and being able to get some families and children and mothers staying at the shared center to these beautiful apartments once they're built. The last thing I had, and I'm glad you're here, just talk about what would be the next steps. What's the timeline for groundbreaking, construction? What are the next steps that need to happen after this meeting today? And does it still need to go through approvals through the Salinas City Council as well?
Through the entitlement, City of Salinas was involved through the whole process, and then all the response that we collected from City of Salinas has been addressed as well. And in terms of the project timeline, after today's potential approval, we will be move forward applying for fundings for the project. This year, we're looking into the City of Salinas are preparing for a funding availability, and that's something on our pipeline that we'll be applying for. Also, state funding from Housing and the Community Development Department will have Supernova that will have a program dedicated to farm worker housing. That's something we're having on the pipeline to apply for it. Of course, and anything that comes available from the County of Monterey, and we will be applying for these funding. After local funding are completed, and then we'll move forward to tax credit. And then the best case scenario, we were hoping to break ground at the end of 2026, but that would depend on how the funding application comes out, and then if we can secure enough funding for the project. But that would be the earliest time that we could break ground.
Great. Thank you. And for me, this is a good example. I always like finding those collaborative efforts that we could do with the City of Salinas. This is one of those. I think it's a win-win for our residents and for city. But it's an example of how difficult, even affordable housing, how long it takes. Like, I think we've been in this process like 3 or 4 years, now going after funding then going after tax credits, then the construction. We're still many years away from doing this, and I just want to highlight for our public to know, even with the best intentions, even with the property available, even with all the bonds that have passed, that getting these types of 100% affordable projects are still very difficult. They do take a lot of time, a lot of commitment from a nonprofit developer such as yourselves to make this a reality in our community. But I want to see this have this move forward, and any way we could be helpful, I certainly want to be helpful to get all the financing together and then eventually into the groundbreaking and construction. So thank you for leading the way on this.
Thank you so much.
Other supervisors? Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Price and Ms. Garrett for the presentation. Eden, you might want to stay because I'm not sure if you'll be the person to answer these questions or not. But first, I just wanted to say, one, Supervisor Alejo, I didn't know the history since I wasn't here, and this is a really exciting day with that all in mind. And so I'm really happy to be part of this, hopefully, final decision in terms of the permitting. And it really seems like a great example of amazing collaborations that got everyone to this point. My questions are similar, just in light of the conversations we've had in terms of the planning department. When in 2024 was the app deemed complete? So how many months was that in between the app being deemed complete and you getting here today?
Through the chair, the application was deemed complete on November 21st, 2024.
So this is great. Pat yourself on the back. That's awesome. Okay, very cool. And then in terms of the funding that Eden was talking about, phase one hoping to break ground at the end of 2026, is funding the only lag time you expect between phase one and phase two, or is there something else that might trigger it taking longer to break ground on phase two?
I can speak to this. Really, funding is the bit that is not completely in our control. So, after this point, we're going to be working like dogs, just applying and applying over again until we have enough to start.
Okay, thank you. Well, congratulations all around, and this seems to be a really celebratory, exciting moment, hopefully.
Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I also want to express real support for this. I think there's a lot of hurdles to go through, as Supervisor Alejo said, and I know there are some adjustments onto it, and cutting down the open space makes a whole lot of sense because of where this is situated at. One thing I've learned, and where there's a lot of affordable housing that always seems to be a problem afterwards, and I was kind of like to bring up is parking issues, and I know there was some parking reduced out of it. I know we have up to some of these are like 33 units, I think, or 8 or 3 bedroom, and there's only 1.5 parking spaces per unit, if I'm correct on it, or even less. It's about 180 parking spots reserved, correct? Yeah, thank you. Have we considered what's going to happen when there are more cars in there than there are parking spaces, where those folks are going to go? And I'm also curious on where the closest transit station is. I mean, people are going to be able to use that, but we're still largely a rural community, and not everybody lives that close to where they work, and we don't have the transportation system like an urban area like San Francisco has. So I'm just kind of asking if we've looked into that, if there's any other possibilities where there's going to be people that can park somewhere so that it can reduce the impact on the neighborhood, it can reduce the inconvenience for these folks that are in here.
So we worked to maximize parking on the site as much as we could, while still leaving room for amenities for the residents and, of course, our buildings with the homes in them. So we will closely manage the parking and make sure that as people move in, they get a permit, and that there are not more cars permitted than spaces. We do anticipate, based on our experience, that there will be enough parking, given that there's more than one space per unit, and we're going to be targeting some extremely low-income units that may not have funds available for more than one vehicle. But as we continue the planning process, past this point, we're always open to continue talking with the county about whether there's other places that we could find in case.
Yeah, I'm not so optimistic that there's enough parking. I understand just from my experience for looking around at these projects, because you have 3 bedrooms, you could potentially have 4 or 5 cars into a situation like that. And so, again, I know there's going to be some overflow, and I would just ask as you go ahead with this that we try to look at some ideas so that people aren't having to park in red curbs, and we're not dealing with impact on neighborhoods and that are close to there. And also, again, just for the convenience of these folks. I mean, that's I know that state law is trying to encouraging less parking, but we're still an automobile-driven society, and even as we move to electric cars, I don't think that's going to change, especially in a county like this, because a lot of people are going to work out of town, or it just isn't convenient for them to be able to use mass transit entirely. But great project, really supportive of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to our county team. This is a huge effort, a huge lift. Affordable housing projects like this take so much work on the part of literally everyone around the table. The city of Salinas partnering with us, the county partnership, the nonprofit housing development partnership. That I want to just also call out how significant it is to have an MOU where we're sharing RHNA. There's a partnership to share RHNA numbers, where we find ourselves in this situation, with the housing element and the regional RHNA figures, which is where we're being asked to put affordable housing into different communities. And so often, and we're going to later this afternoon find ourselves talking about putting affordable housing into parts of the county where maybe it makes sense, and in many cases maybe it doesn't actually make sense. But in a situation like this, where we have schools, housing, infrastructure, transportation, and other services immediately available and in the same jurisdiction, it does make sense. And so I just want to say thank you to the city of Salinas directly, and for being willing to partner with us on this. This is a project that makes sense. It's for all the right reasons. And to Eden Housing, we collectively have a big lift ahead of us, given the political climate and the federal situation with our tax credit funding. Facing a situation right now, but I know that we've done the right. We've got a great project, and I believe we're going to be well situated to compete for the funds that are necessary. Just a big thank you to everyone involved. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to go to the public on this one and see if we have any public input. Invite folks forward. And folks coming on via Zoom, invite you to use the raise hand function in order to be recognized. We'll go with folks in the room first.
Good morning, County Supervisors and guests. My name is Tony Ezel, a 20-plus member of NorCal Carpenters Union. I have lived in Monterey County for the past 24-plus years. As the project stands right now, the Carpenters Union is not in support of this project, and asks that it be tabled for the following reasons. I ask the County Supervisors to recommend the developer utilize a responsible contractor that pays a livable wage. If that contractor pays a livable wage, there'll be less workers dependent on low-income housing. A responsible contractor that provides health care to working employees and their family. My daughter was raised in Monterey County. She went to UC Davis, now resides out in Georgia. She's still under my health care plan because my employer is a responsible contractor. A responsible contractor that supports apprenticeship programs for the next generation. Not everybody coming out of high school will be going to college. And even if they can afford it, they still won't be going to college. Through apprenticeship programs, they can earn a livable wage living in this area. Lastly, a responsible contractor that has a mechanism in place that protects workers from wrongdoing, i.e. lost wages. Spent so many times where workers have been cheated out of their funds, and it takes, if not months, years for them to go through the system, even if they know how to navigate that system, to recuperate those funds that was lost because the employer decides not to pay that employee the correct wages. And I ask that there be some type of labor compliance in place to help that workers. Sometimes families are devastated because they wasn't paid the correct wages. So with that, I thank you and take that in consideration.
Thank you, Tony. Anybody else via Zoom?
Brian Rosen.
Mr. Rosen, the floor is yours.
He's not unmuted.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. 132 units. That's, as one of the supervisors mentioned, that could add up to a lot of vehicles. But it's not just this project. It's everything adds up here and there. This private project, this thing, this new work site. You end up having a lot more cars. It would be much more environmental to try to add extra story or use a second floor more downtown, close to a transit stop. Think of all the trees that are going to be destroyed to build this project. I mean, projects are made out of wood, beautiful trees. Sounds like the employer is not very responsible and somebody we don't want to support. Doesn't seem to treat the workers very well. I'm sorry to hear about the homeless encampments nearby. I guess they have to be fenced out. They're the other. It's been this way for centuries. The gypsies were treated that way for centuries, and we continue to have that same problem where the homeless, who are really part of ourselves, projected onto them, are kept out. Why don't we do something for the very lowest income instead? Use some vacant lots and buy some trailers and put up some showers, help the poorest of the poor. But definitely do infill development on top of other buildings or parking lots as much as possible. It sounds like you might be able to come up with a better plan. You could come up with a better, more environmentally friendly plan, building out of environmental materials. And I remember there was a place in Davis where they did a housing complex. They had fruit trees and all kinds of things. I'm not saying we should be taking land like they did, but we've got to become more environmental. A lot of complexes won't even allow clotheslines, which are really good for the earth.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
And are they going to allow clotheslines?
Appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Rosen. All right. No other public comments. I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Alejo.
I wanted to see if Eden wanted to respond to the comments made just about utilizing a responsible contractor and labor compliance.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So I would like to note that our DDA does include a requirement to pay prevailing wages, which are stringently monitored and would be submitted to the county as part of that. We have been in close contact with the Carpenters Union. I wasn't made aware of, opposition, but there was an interest in continuing discussions about selecting a general contractor. We have not yet formally done that, but we'll be certainly considering contractors with union workforces among whoever's available in the region, balancing the cost of the project and the capacity and experience delivering.
Great. Thank you. I just a few comments, and then I'll make a motion. I just wanted to say that because I know City of Salinas had some funding, but I know they're really much further behind on achieving their RENA numbers. So if there is a way to share it, I think that's a good thing, faith, the goodwill, if they could use some of their housing dollars to realize their project, and also have and share some of those RENAs. If that's possible under law, I would encourage that. On a bus stop, I think the nearest bus stop is right in front of Natividad Hospital. That's a block and a half distance away, so it's not that far. I am concerned about housing is difficult for all the reasons already said, but like Supervisor Askey mentioned, there's other challenges such as these terrorists that might increase the cost of materials that are needed for housing. So I'm also worried about that. And also we have another referral for a similar project, not too far from this one, for future senior housing, low-income senior housing project, just on the other side of this county property. But I think we're trying to get this one further along first, because we've seen how much energy and resources and effort it takes just to get us to this point. But I was wondering if maybe with my colleagues to just address the Carpenter's concerns to approve this project, but maybe with the caveat that we urge Eden Housing to utilize a responsible contractor that will comply with labor standards. I think that's a way that in the motion we could at least urge. I know that decision hasn't been made yet, so this is urging them to do that. And I think there was goodwill by Eden Housing to find that compliant general contractor.
Supervisor Daniels.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to actually add a comment because of just lived experience. This is an affordable housing project, and we need to be talking about the affordability for all of our members of our community. And the affordability crisis obviously goes from, in some cases, doctors on down. And so to address what Mr. Uzzle had said and to address the response, and we always hear that the developer needs to balance the cost of the projects. But I would like for you to I would encourage you to think about balancing the total cost, not just the dollars and cents, because this is an affordable housing project. What better way to demonstrate that we're concerned about affordability and the ability to live in our community at every level of this project? And especially if you're going out for dollars that, in some cases, state dollars might actually require that responsible contractor and working with union labor. So it's definitely something to hit the ground running with as a consideration and to continue working with the Carpenters Union. That would be something that would at least make this supervisor, and it sounds like others on the dais, really even more proud to support this project.
So Supervisor Alejo, am I hearing that as a motion?
Yes.
And did I hear that as a second, Supervisor Daniels? All right, then I saw your finger up, Supervisor Church. Any additional comments?
No, I was just going to support the what's been said in the motion and the second, particularly about the responsible contractor.
Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that you've got a board here who wants to make sure that our workforce is, and we work really hard on this board to ensure that our county workforce is paid fair wages with health care for not just the employee, but the health care for our families. And I know that that's a commitment that we have. And I would encourage Eden to make sure that there's open and regular and extensive communication occurring, and if that's not already happening, I think that needs to happen. So prevailing wage, yes, but having labor partner with project is also, I think, critical and important from where we sit here. So we just want to make sure that that's clearly communicated and that that's heard. Thank you.
So final comments here before I call for the vote. I just want to thank all the partners who brought this project forward and Supervisor Alejo for starting this process off years ago to bring us to a point where we've got a great project in front of us. I was a little worried about some of the public comment that said we should put trailers out. This is the type of level of housing we want to bring to our community. We want to show real investment. We want to show real leadership in terms of how we house our friends and neighbors. And knowing that this particular neighborhood has access to green space, has access to memorials that honor the veterans who served in Vietnam and look at really who we are as a county. It's a type of place that we're investing in to develop the true community that we want to symbolize Monterey County. Right in the heart of Salinas. We've got some of the best healthcare in the world, and you've got some incredible soccer complexes, plus the recently developed Share Center, all these wonderful things that we've been able to bring to community, and I think this is going to be one more jewel in that bit of a crown in that particular neighborhood to show what we invest in as a community in bringing real change to the ground. So with that, I'm happy to support the motion as made, and I'm going to go ahead and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The measure carries. Thank you. With that, we've concluded this morning's work, and we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch, reconvening here at 1:30. Enjoy that nearly 2 hours.
Check, check. 1, 2. You got it? Cool. One, two. Check, yeah. 1, 2. Good. What if I'm back here? Check, yeah. 1, 2. Hey, yeah. 1, 2. Check, yeah. 1, 2. Okay.
Check 1, 2. Cool.
I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order here as the Board of Supervisors reconvening for the afternoon portion of our agenda. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. At this point, I am going to call out, I do see a sign in the chambers. We do have a policy that says that placards are not allowed in the chamber, so if folks would please pull those down, we'd appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Diego to do the interpreter's announcement.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. And with that, we're going to go ahead and jump into our scheduled matters. We're going to begin with the General Plan Housing Element 6 Cycle Update. We'll turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'm here with Melanie Beretti, our Chief of Planning. We're here to conduct a workshop on the 6th Cycle Housing Element Update. This is our first meeting after we've gotten comments back from the state HCD on our first draft housing element. We did include that as part of the package. We have provided the state with some additional information, but have not gotten a response from them. So this presentation goes through some of the recommendations.
1 second. I'm sorry, sir. I did ask all signs to please be put down. That is a policy that's been on the county's record for many years. So I'm going to ask that you please lower your sign. Thank you.
So we are making some recommendations as staff moving forward without having that response from the state. We also have a couple of updates from progress we've made since receiving the comments, including from the Airport Land Use Advisory Committee, which we'll cover, and a number of other things that would be cleanups. Ultimately, we're trying to finalize our opportunity sites so that we can update our housing element, submit it back to the state for a second review, and keep moving on our environmental document that will accompany the housing element update. So with that, I'll turn it over to Melanie.
Thanks, Craig. So we're here today to conduct a workshop on the draft housing element 6 cycle update, consider proposed revisions to the draft element in response to the findings from State California Housing and Community Development, which I will refer to in the slides as CAHCD or the state, and get direction from the board to staff. So just recapping an update on our status. So the 6th cycle element update was due December 2023. The county remains out of compliance until we have an adopted certified housing element. We have received an inquiry letter from the state HCD Accountability Office with a subsequent follow-up on our timeline. So we do continue to maintain an expedited pace to the extent that we can on the housing element. We are subject to being out of compliance. We are subject to certain state law, including builder's remedy, which has been discussed, which is essentially a state law that helps facilitate certain types of development as long as it meets key criteria established by the state. To date, we've received applications on 8 sites, 4 of which are on opportunity sites that we'll discuss today. We are at our grant funding, certain housing grant funding is at jeopardy from the state. In this current year, 2025, we have lost our ability, our eligibility for approximately $800,000 in permanent local housing allocation funds as a result. There are next level enforcement efforts such as penalties, loss of permit authority, et cetera, that could be brought into play per state law. Staff is hopeful that because we continue to make progress and work closely with the state, that those additional non-compliance penalties will not occur. But we, again, do want to keep moving as rapidly as we can to not be at risk anymore. So just briefly recapping, The applications that we have, this just lists the sites, the 8 sites on which the Viejo Road in Carmel, we do have 3 different applications, 3 different alternative proposals for that one, so 11 total applications, but the 8 sites. And then of the opportunity sites, there's the Valley Way property, or property in Rio Road in the mouth of Carmel Valley, on Valverde Drive, also in the mouth of Carmel Valley, and then 10 Flight Road in Carmel Valley, which is the former Blue Sky Lodge. So as Mr. Spencer said, we submitted in August our first draft to the state. We received comments in November. Staff's been working very proactively with Housing Community Development. We met in December with staff and to receive some general guidance and concurrence on our approach to response to their comments. We did submitted an additional request for clarification, in particular with additional research in our approach for large sites and non-vacant sites, which were flagged. There were some key questions in there. We've not heard back, so the recommendations we make today are really carrying forward kind of our very educated recommendation based on where we think that the state will accept our responses to those. We did attend a Planning Commission workshop in January. I received feedback there. Concurrently, we've got the programmatic environmental impact report. We did release that notice of preparation, hold a scoping meeting in fall of last year, and currently those technical studies are underway and it's being drafted. That work on the EIR is a little bit on hold pending finalization of our opportunities site for the housing element so that we don't accidentally get too far ahead and have to redo work. So just a reminder, based on the board's direction, last summer, we submitted a housing sites inventory with our August 19th housing element that planned for, so just to orient on this slide, the top row is our regional housing needs, or RHNA. Those are the total numbers we need per income category. VLI is very low income, LI is low income, MOD is moderate income units, and then above moderate income units. So we meet our total RHNA through alternative methods, which is our entitled or proposed projects, pipeline as we refer to them, and some assumptions around accessory dwelling units. Those assumptions have remained consistent from the prior drafts to today. And then the opportunity sites, which are the sites that plan for additional units and will be subject to rezone, et cetera. So in August, we submitted, if you look down at the bottom, there's the surplus shortfall of how many units we have in surplus of our RHNA requirements. And you'll see we submitted with fairly significant buffers of 70% in the very low category, 83% in low income category. Just a reminder, the state has a minimum of 15% buffer and recommend between 15 and 30% to avoid a no net loss scenario during the housing element implementation period. So the state's been consistent in its messaging throughout, both in meetings and correspondence, that our housing element needs to respond to all challenges, constraints, and underperformance of existing efforts. And largely we do that through housing programs. The findings letter of its first review is attachment B to the staff report, so please refer there for additional detail. Majority of the findings related to the site's inventory and the need to further demonstrate and substantiate the potential for residential development on the opportunity sites to proceed according to the assumptions made in that draft. A number of the findings were also made regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing. And then certain housing programs solicited findings as well. Overall addressing the state's comments is going to require amplifying some of the research and some of the information within the housing element, as well as adding some housing programs. And then we're also well underway in collecting the necessary data and information to address those findings and finalizing input on those responses, and our opportunity sites. Hopefully today we'll finalize our ability to go ahead and implement all of those changes for the next draft. So there are a number of key policy issues. I'm not going to go through each one here, but these were the key issues that came up. Looking at opportunity sites that now have builder remedy applications, because the county does have a limited ability to for findings for denial on those. We want to look at those a little differently. Again, we flagged in particular large opportunity sites and states' concerns with the unit allocation assumptions. There had been 2 sites included in the Marina area that both owned by University of California. The intention, at least expressed through the board, was not to include both sites, but to select one of those moving forward. The housing element and opportunity sites went for review by the Airport Land Use Commission, and so we have recommendations there. And then also discussing the need for potential additional opportunity sites or any other revisions desired or needed. So I'm not going to go into detail. Please, if the board has questions, please feel free to ask staff. Otherwise, there's a fair amount of detail in the staff report for how staff came to the recommendations. But we are recommending that we update our housing element so that for opportunity sites that are in the housing element already that do have builder remedy applications, that we align the units count and distributions with state law in those applications. We are, in order to address concerns for large opportunity sites, we were able to find a fair amount of research to support a number of the sites that are larger sites that we think the state will find acceptable. But we are recommending that Site 7, which is the University of California-owned triangle parcel, that reduce the count so that the maximum lower income units does not exceed 400, because that was kind of the very maximum affordable development that we were able to find examples on larger sites. In addition, Sites 1, which is in the Bolsa Knolls area, large site just north of the middle school in the Bolsa Knolls area, as well as Site 24, which is at the corner of State Route and Reservation on Potrero Drive. We're also recommending that we reallocate those to essentially an 80-20 with 20% affordability to be responsive to those sites that are larger than essentially the 10-acre 10-acre size. Staff is also recommending that we remove Site 53, which is the UC-owned property within the city of Marina, while retaining Site 7, which is the UC-owned triangle parcel, but with the adjusted unit count. Also, the Airport Land Use Commission considered and made recommendation to remove Sites 46 and 47, which are the York School. The staff is recommending that we go ahead and move forward with removing those sites from the housing element. Staff will note it doesn't prevent any housing or development from happening at those sites. It just takes them out of the housing element and the additional provisions of rezoning, et cetera. Should the board wish to retain those York School sites of 46 and 47, the board would need to make specific findings to override that decision of the commission, and that would place kind of liability of future safety and hazards on the county should you make that decision, and staff can discuss that further if there's interest.
And what's York School's position on that?
York School would like their sites to remain in. So we did rerun, based on those staff recommendations that we just walked you through, we did rerun the RENA calculations. And if the board were to support and implement all of those recommendations, we would be at a deficit for meeting our minimum buffer requirement. If you look in the very low income column, if you kind of hop down to the bottom, we'll look in the center, which is the opportunity sites. So I show the adjustments for the reduction in sites from the August version to what staff is recommending by adjusting for the builder remedy applications. We lose a number of affordable units through that. And then also the subsequent recommendations of reallocations and site removals. So based on losing some of the units per staff's recommendation, again, that does put us at a deficit for reaching our 15% minimum buffer. And staff's happy to go into more detail should the board desire. An important question, not just depending on what the board recommends today, whether or not supports staff recommendations, but any other changes or modifications that may be desired. We may already be below our RENA buffer. In addition, once we continue and go through this next round of revisions by the state, it's possible the state may also request certain sites be removed or change the assumption allocations that might further eat at our buffer. So we really, to be able to keep moving forward, are looking at the board today to give direction to staff in particular on how we want to add sites to help make sure that not just based on direction today, but should we also be in a position of losing additional units through state review, adding additional sites back in to help make sure we maintain an adequate buffer for approval. So there are different approaches for doing that. Again, happy to talk about some of those different approaches as the board wishes. And we did want to say there's a fair amount of public comment that has come in. Again, so staff has reviewed all the public comment that was reviewed. We have not adjusted any of our recommendations based on that public comment. We have looked into some of it. And again, should the board wish to look into any of the particular sites or particular comments and input received from various parties, we're happy to have that more detailed discussion and prepared to do so today. So just in summary, staff is recommending to conduct this workshop today, that you consider proposed revisions to the draft housing element and in particular staff's recommendations for site unit adjustments, removals as discussed, and that also you provide direction to staff on additional opportunity sites to meet that RENA buffer and any other needed revisions or modifications to go into that second submittal to the state. With that, we will just open it up for questions and comments and discussion with the board. Thank you.
All right. We have a significant amount of public here today. My thought was to go to them first. Does anybody on the dais have an issue with that approach? Supervisor Daniels.
Just some initial questions for clarity, if I could ask, that won't get into the deep stuff. But so through the chair, this is an educated recommendation, but without feedback from the state. So if you could just clarify for us what that means in terms of whether or not, what feedback are we looking to get from the state, and how might that feedback impact what we're deciding from the dais here today?
Yeah, so following the letter from the state in November of last year, we reviewed the findings. It was about a 12-page findings letter. We met with their staff to get some clarification on a number of issues. Some of the issues in that conversation, they said, you can make some revisions to your plan, or you can provide some additional information to justify keeping what you have in your draft plan, and we'll consider them. So we did go back and do some extensive research, try and find examples of projects that would support what we had in our August draft. We provided that information to our state reviewers with kind of a request for, are we going in the right direction, kind of ask. We wanted to be back at the board in February. We were told by our state reviewers they would get back to us late January, close to that time frame. They did not get back to us in January. We followed up with them multiple times, and each time the answer was, we are reviewing them and we'll get back to you. With time being of the essence, we've decided to move forward absent any response from them on that updated information, with our educated guess on what we think we have provided evidence for and what remains to be changed. That would be something that is questionable whether or not they will accept it in the next round. So those are things like the large opportunity sites, finding examples of projects throughout our region or state where large opportunity sites got developed or were approved in other plans for high levels of affordability through parceling and other things of that sort. We found a number of examples. We provided that. Based on the examples we provided and our discussions and review of their letter, We think we can justify much of what we had in our August draft, but some things we would be in a better position if we changed them to be more justifiable moving forward, so we don't have to keep going through revisions on our housing opportunities.
And then one more just clarification, not site-specific question, is how many, so once you gave us that chart at the very end, how many units are needed to reach the 15% buffer in that very low income category? What's the number that's needed?
I think it was 66 to get to 15%.
Yeah, so if you go with staff's recommendation, we're at a deficit of 66. Staff does recommend that we submit with higher than 15% because it is likely that there could be some other shifts and adjustments. So perhaps leaning towards increasing towards the 20%.
Thank you. That's 2 clarifications.
Anyone else before we go to public comment? Okay, then we're going to go ahead and start public comment here. Going to invite folks forward in room first, then we'll go to folks on Zoom. We're going to do a 1.5-minute public comment, so go ahead and move forward. If you'd like to make sure you got public comment on the record, now's your time. Got it.
Hello? Okay. My name is James Washington. I'm what you call an animal lover. I am here to talk about the endangered California tiger salamander that lives in Tarpey Flats. The existence of the California tiger salamander habitat that resides in Tarpey Flats has been verified by Zach Mills, Unit Wildlife Biologist, Coastal Region 4, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The California tiger salamander is on the Federal Protected Endangered Species list. This is verified by the Federal Wildlife Protection Agency website. Paraphrasing from the website, any person who knowingly kills a federal protected endangered species and or destroys the habitat of a federal protected endangered species is guilty of violating federal law. In our opinion, developing Tarpey Flats should be dismissed entirely based on this law, as developing Tarpey Flats will kill and destroy the tiger salamanders located here. Our question to you is, when does a state law supersede a federal law? And that we would like to have that answer. And please think this over as you vote for Tarpey Flats. Thank you. Save Tarpey Flats.
Next.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Alex Lork. I represent York School. And I wanted to ask if Brown Act noticing, standard Brown Act noticing is sufficient in something like this. You have York School, who's a constituent of yours, that owns 2 parcels. They happen to own 2 parcels. Both parcels happen to be included in the site inventory and now are being recommended to be removed from that. I think the county is aware that for a long time, York School's been interested in housing out there, to include teacher housing, to include workforce housing for other teachers, for first responders, and things like that. The York School was recently before the Airport Land Use Commission last summer for some improvements to Site 46. And I think the county, both at the staff and elected level and appointed level, knows that York School's sort of an engaged and active constituent. So it just strikes me that standard Brown Act noticing here, it was just inappropriate. York School would have appreciated the professional courtesy of a letter or phone call reaching out saying, hey, we're thinking about doing this, but no such luck. Rather, they were blindsided by the recommendation of staff. So again, it's not a Brown Act issue, but it's a professional courtesy issue, and it's sort of best practice issue of a constituent like York learning, 24, 48 hours before a meeting that suddenly a longstanding sites are contemplated to be removed from the site inventory. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Lorca, next.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I am Doug Key. I am the head of school at York School, and I just wanted to advocate for putting sites 46 and 47 back in the housing element map. There's a more detailed letter sent by Norel Boyce, our chair, that you can read if you haven't already. But I wanted to point out 4 considerations regarding sites 46 and 47 for workforce housing. First, site 47 currently has no residential density restrictions. restrictions, making it ideal for workforce housing. The surrounding area is already characterized by residential development. 3, the overlay proposed by ALUC includes 3 criteria: noise, airspace hazards, and safety zones. Sites 46 and 47 meet the criteria related to noise and airspace hazards, but remains subject to debate regarding safety zones. This issue warrants further review rather than outright removal from consideration. And finally, even if high-density residential overlay is removed from York's main campus, preserving density rights at 1 unit per 2 acres would still allow York to build limited housing for its staff, a critical need that must not be overlooked. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Sanders. I'm the policy specialist for Revision West, a workforce housing developer based in Monterey. We are here to advocate to keep sites 46 and 47 in the sites inventory as well. Revision West has been in talks with York School about developing faculty housing on both sites and workforce housing on the larger site. Site 46 in Supervisor Daniels' district is already outside of the Zone 4 safety requirements in Zone 7. Residential development is not precluded there, nor is it on the other site, Site 47 in Supervisor Askew's district. We would propose an alternative approach to completely removing these sites. They could be subdivided and rezoned in the areas that are safest per the Airport Land Use Commission's recommendations. And we could also rezone the portions to make sure that the height limitations are not breached above the 406 AMSL airspace concern. These sites could be clustered as well, as which is entailed in the land use guidelines from the Airport Commission. These sites will yield over 150 units for the RENA, which, as you've already heard, is critical at this point to retain. That buffer is already disintegrating before your eyes. So we'd love to see some faculty and workforce housing built there, and we'd love to be a part of that solution.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thomas Jameson. I'm legal counsel for Save Tarpey Flats, and I am here to register the objection of our organization, which is dedicated to the preservation of Tarpey Flats as open space, basically. Register our objection to the staff report's suggestion that Tarpey Flats be brought back in for housing. The board may recall at your last meeting you voted to remove Tarpey Flats from the list of opportunity sites and to preserve it as open space, where it had been suggested in the housing element that over 1,300 units be built on it, which was really kind of ridiculous. And anyway, we would like the board to maintain its position and having Tarpey Flats stay removed from the list of opportunity sites. And I just want to go over a couple of things. The City of Monterey says it can't serve. The Big Sur Land Trust says Tarpey Flats has special significance. The California Native Plant Society submitted a letter saying there are very valuable plants on the site. The mayor of Sand City, who happens to be a Native American, says it has special significance as a Native American site. All of those things are on Tarpey Flats. So please maintain your current position.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike DeLappa, Executive Director of Landwatch Monterey County. Landwatch's goals are twofold. First, we support the county's complying with housing laws as quickly as possible in order to avoid any further builder remedies issues. Second, we advocate a housing element that is consistent with the policies in the county's general plan for equitable, climate-friendly infill that prioritizes the needs of local working families. So in furtherance of these goals, and as discussed in our written comments, we recommend the following changes to your draft. First, we recommend you remove sites 1, 2, 40, 48, and 52 because these sites are just simply inappropriate. They're rich in natural and agricultural resources, at high risk of flood or risk, or lacking the necessary infrastructure and infrastructure plans as required by law. Second, keep the assumed 53% affordable units in Site 24 because it is a designated affordable housing overlay. Third, include the Olmsted Road Builder Remedy site with the smaller development footprint and higher percentage of affordable units as proposed by the developer. To clarify, this site is being developed either way under the builder's remedy. The board is not being asked to say yes or no.
Thank you, Mr. DeLappa.
Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, Board. CAO De La Rosa. My name is Chris Steinbrunner. I'm here speaking on behalf of Site Number 1, which staff is recommending to remain in, and I submitted the letter yesterday. I've spoken here before. The reason I'm here is just to clarify a couple things. This is actually a very good site for development. There's readily available utilities, city cooperation. It's a great location for workforce housing. When we talk about affordable, Ms. Beretti mentioned the staff recommendation to change the numbers on the large sites to an 80-20 market affordable. I don't like the word affordable. I like the word inclusionary. In addition to the 20, there'll be workforce, which is affordable to the workforce by definition. So just to clarify that a little bit. Also, one of the comments made was that it's prime farmland. While that's true from a dirt perspective, it's not true from any other perspective. We're surrounded on three sides by housing and a school. Since the 1980s, this ranch was a berry ranch. We're no longer able to grow berries because it's so close to these residents and school children. So this is an infill development. So it's at best disingenuous to say this has rich farming resources that should be maintained. Also, it was claimed that this is a non-vacant site, which is absolutely true according to the HCDC letter. All that is needed is owner intent. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair. Supervisors, Matt Huerta here, Director of Housing and Community Development with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. Hopefully you've seen our letter as well. We're about housing, affordable housing, workforce housing for all across our region, especially Monterey County. You know the needs very well as much as anybody. Really our letter is lifting up the fact that we need to lean forward as a community, as leaders to meet these needs, and we're behind. We're getting an F, and there's consequences for that. Funding was already lost. Potentially, I heard 800,000. I would put that much higher because that's money that's leveraged by 4 times, if not 10 times over for any affordable housing development. So just here to remind you to really join us in prioritizing sites that have strong property owner support or have not yet gone through extensive environmental or feasibility analysis. The ones that we highlighted include, but aren't limited to, York School, UC Ambest, the Las Lomas site, North Salinas, you just heard from the gentleman there. Our economy is very dynamic, right? It changes almost on a daily, hourly basis. We're not expecting to have the crystal ball here, but your role is to really help facilitate and craft a framework that's going to make it possible for us to meet the needs of our residents. So thank you very much and appreciate your leadership today.
Thank you, Mr. Huerta. Sister.
Good afternoon. I'm Sister Rosa Dolores, and I'm the Director of Casa de la Cultura en Pájaro. I have been serving the communities, the unincorporated areas of the Pájaro Valley of Monterey County, which is Pájaro and Las Lomas. We have the Pájaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance, and the part of the alliance is a land use subcommittee that has been focusing on housing, and they have identified 16 acres of partial in Las Lomas, a partial that is free of any past issues. The partial is the land use subcommittee intends to build 60 units of affordable housing. It has water. It has the promise or the letter of intent to serve water, surge. We have plenty of room and space for recreational purposes. Also, they are in contact with the Coastal Commission, which is looking favorably. For me, it's like a tree with a falling or fruit. The fruit is ripe, and when it's ripe, we pick it. The Las Lomas partial is ripe. Let's pick it in terms of developing housing.
Thank you, sister.
Very much for your help and support.
Tony.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors and guests. My name is Tony Uzzle, Senior Business Agent for NorCal Carpenters Union, representing Monterey County. You should have received an email from Brian Shields, our Senior Organizer for Monterey County, representing NorCal Carpenters Union. I would like to talk to you about adopting some encouragement language in your housing element, okay? And then on June 11th of 2024, should have received a letter to the housing element project team. It was sent via email as well as mailed out to email cob@co.members.ca.us. Okay, that should have went out, and I will forward that to everybody on the council. Encouragement language such as local hire, apprenticeship, prevailing wage, and healthcare is very important when you're talking about developing housing and building housing. Encouragement language has been adopted in several cities, counties, and other municipalities throughout Northern California. And I look forward to talking to the planning team, the housing element team, and the city councils about adopting such encouragement language in the upcoming housing element. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tony. Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Agrati. I live in Oak Tree Views. I'm going to read what I have to say so I don't forget anything. Why are we, the closest neighbors to these properties, not receiving notices of information regarding the projects? Last year, I submitted my name to receive county updates. This has never happened, and I know this is true for many of my neighbors. We received a notice from a neighbor recently who received a notice from a friend that Monterey County is considering allowing the property to have 100 units built on it. That's what's shown now on the county website. Last night, we were informed that the developer intends to build over 800 units on the property, basically the original plan, give or take a few. It seems that the planning department thinks this is a good idea. We hope not. I trust you've all read the letters outlining the reasons not to develop this particular area. Just a few of those reasons are traffic, water, and fire. Do you know what the traffic is like here? And by here, I mean at the intersection of Olmsted and 68, basically. At some times of the day, it's not moving at all. With an additional 2,000 or so cars, it will be intolerable. Further congestion at this intersection of Olmsted Road and Highway 68 has regional implications insofar as it impedes access to the airport, particularly during major events that draw many thousands of visitors to the peninsula. There's going to be many projects built in that area, which is going to increase the time. You might think you have enough water for this vast development, but as we recently learned from Pacific Palisades, unless you have far more than your required amount, your water will not be able to be managing a large fire. Please remember Monterey County has several areas which are all subject to different demographics. Monterey Peninsula has one industry, hospitality.
We're at time. Thank you very much. Next.
Hello, I'm here today to talk about Tarpey Flats, the Olmsted Road development. Iconic Tarpey Flats is one of the last undeveloped, highly scenic coastal marine terraces in Monterey, a unique geologic formation caused by tectonic land lift and changing ocean levels over centuries. Tarpey Flats is a singular cultural biologic landscape possessing significant historic and ecologic value. It is the last wildlife corridor that connects Fort Ord to Jack's Peak and Palo Corona Regional Park. Its lands are a host to a multitude of wildlife, at least 23 occurrences of sensitive plants and animals, have been documented there, and many of these are protected by federal and state endangered species laws. One example is the California tiger salamander. Tarpey Flats has historic importance to tribal nations as well. Yet today, with all its gifts, far too many to list, Tarpey Flats faces the looming threat of being paved over, destroyed, and gone forever. Good stewardship of the environment is not just a public responsibility, it is a public value. Our duty is to use the land well and sometimes not use it at all. This is our responsibility as citizens, but more than that, it is our calling as stewards of this earth. We are all responsible for preserving this precious land. It is a piece of heaven on earth. Save Tarpey Flats. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jeez, that killed me.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda McGlone, and I'm a volunteer for the Pajaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance and the Land Use Committee. As Sister said, the Land Use Committee has been working to develop 60 affordable housing units for the workforce in the Pajaro Valley. And the other thing that I wanted to clarify is to make sure that the mix-up over the parcel numbers has been corrected. So we are planning to hoping to develop APN 412-073-015. And I want to make sure that and then 000, not the adjoining parcel. I also want to push back a little bit on Land Watch's comments. That is not ag land, Site 48. It is a large 16-acre space covered with old oak trees. It is not in a floodplain. We are elevated from the floodplain area, and the infrastructure exists. As Sister said, we were able to get water. There's also sewer, garbage, and then the fire department is nearby. So I just want to thank the staff for their help in adding these sites to the sites inventory, and Supervisor Church for his assistance. Thank you.
Ms. McGlone, good to see you back in chambers. Next
thank
speaker.
you. Nice to see you.
Hi, my name is Guido. I'm the Director of Development for the City of Marina. We stand in continued opposition to Site 7 being in the Monterey County's housing element for the reasons identified in the letter that I provided to staff and to the Board of Supervisors. Our airport is the linchpin of our economic development. We are actually in the running for a $20 million grant from the FAA. Having multifamily housing directly abutting the airport is a significant risk to continued economic development of that airport. Additionally, the ALUC for the county did recommend a portion of the site be lopped off because it was within the runway zone. Having worked on 4 housing elements, I know it's a very difficult task. We have identified other sites. There is a site within the city of Marina, Site 53. There was questions if there was some precedent for this. I did reach out to HCD staff. LA County has done this, and they have done this with HCD, of having sites within city boundaries. And finally, as our letter noted, there is opportunities within the Carmel Valley. The staff and the county have chosen to take that site out of your inventory, which we believe violates AB 686. So we just wanted to provide some alternatives, not including Site 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Guido. Anybody else in chambers? Okay, nobody coming forward. We'll go to Zoom. We'll go ahead and list off the folks.
Andy Haraluk.
Andy?
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello? Yes. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm sorry for the delay. Listen, I'm the president of the Save Tarpey Flats organization, which consists of approximately 250 homeowners in the immediate area surrounding Tarpey Flats. As you heard earlier, Tarpey Flats is an iconic historic wetland with multiple endangered species. Based on water samples taken from adjacent properties, the water from wells is not suitable for human consumption. The property is adjacent to an extremely high fire danger zone. Obtaining fire insurance would be virtually impossible. So how is this affordable housing? Traffic in the area is already severely congested, and this will make it significantly worse. Finally, access to these properties will need at least one road from VM El Paso, which is a private road, and the builder does not have an easement to use this road. Any proposed development will be held up in courts for decades. We support affordable housing in locations that make sense where infrastructure already exists. The original RENA report prepared by consultants had many errors regarding the suitability of this property, including statements that services exist where they do not. We support the Big Sur Land Trust vision of preserving this land for future generations by including it into a continuous preserve from Jack's Peak to Ryan Ranch. Furthermore, we support York School's request to include sites 46 and 47. York School is offering you a site, and the airport dangers with York and Tarpey Flats are similar. So I don't see why Tarpey Flats would be included, but York is not. Thank you very much for hearing our concerns.
Thank you, Andy. Next.
Robert Weil.
Robert?
No, I'm glad you brought that up.
Robert?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my name is Robert Weil. I'm a parent and trustee at York School, and I'm an advocate to leave sites 46 and 47 in the housing element. We all know we need housing. York has worked to get our lots in the housing element and has been working in good faith on plans to build housing, including teacher and workforce housing, which is badly needed. The ALUC, in their arguments, lean heavily on an FAA, on a federal regulation 14 CFR Part 77 to argue the site should be removed. But this section states, which I read, states that obstruction would be 200 feet above the airport elevation being 256 feet. So it's 456 feet. The York sites have plenty of areas we can build and remain under these restrictions. The airport plan has very thoughtful rules and procedures, a long booklet. So my question is, why are we not following the rules and procedures? Why would we block housing, including workforce housing, instead of just saying, sure, we approve this and support this to get more housing, but of course, it still needs to follow the airport and FAA safety guidelines, which I'm sure trumps zoning anyway. Again, there's plenty of space to build on the land in line with the airport plan and FAA guidance, and I urge you to leave the lots in and just assure the ALUC that we will follow their guidelines.
Thank you. We're at time. Next speaker.
Phone number ending in 705.
Phone number 705.
Yes, yes. I don't know why we haven't sued the governor to stop this whole affordable housing fiasco in our area. We don't have the water. We don't have the resources. We have the most incredible, important sanctuary in the world, which is being destroyed by the heat from our commerce. Why don't we have the guts to say to this governor, this is a huge development project. It's not for affordable housing. There's no way low-income people can pay back the developers that are going to be putting millions of dollars into these projects. This is a fiasco, and we have to push back if we're going to save Tarpey Flats, if we're going to save our area. There's only so many people that can live here. And that's a fact. Are we going to invite the whole nation here because it's beautiful? I really want you to think about that. And let's do a huge lawsuit and say, stop, this is enough. And if you're going to have any kind of affordable housing, make it real, because trailers are the cheapest way to go and they're temporary. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Norel Boyce.
Hello. I hope you can hear me.
You can.
My name is Narelle Boyce, and I'm the board chair at York. And I just want to reiterate all the comments that have been made today by so many people to ask you for consideration to keep sites 46 and 47 in the housing element. As a board, we see the development of teacher housing for all local schools, not just York, and we have much interest from local schools, and workforce housing for essential workers as a key initiative in our strategic mission. We've been working with Regenerative California, Revision West, Shabusa Homes to try and really make out a plan to make this happen, and it will benefit our community. And also based on the previous comments and the ALUC, it would have been nice to have notice of that so we could have shared those there. But we really can develop much of those sites without any interference into the ALUC guidelines. So I really ask you to allow the developments to stay in the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kevin Dayton.
Kevin Dayton speaking as Government Affairs Liaison for the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. Since the end of the Great Recession, the Chamber has had a priority on increasing the supply of housing that's affordable for ordinary people. And today you have a draft housing element which still has many opportunities to provide places for ordinary people to live. I'll point out in particular the Chamber's interest in supporting the York School workforce housing, as well as the projects that involve Revision West and Chispa. We encourage you to look at the housing element as opportunities rather than looking for obstacles, and make a positive effort here to allow ordinary people to live and work in Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. Next.
Gail Robbins.
Good afternoon. This is Gail Robbins. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I live in Oak Tree Views. I'm also in opposition to the development of Tarpey Flats for many reasons. I've sent many letters to you. But a very clear and present issue is I've been in this community for 27 years. In November of this past year, Travelers Insurance, who I've had all those years, canceled me. Why did they cancel me? I contested it because I live in an extreme fire hazard. So I was given the option of Cal Fair. So Cal Fair, and I'm quoting from ABC News, and you can all look this up. It says Cal Fair plan said last month, and this is January 15th, 2025, that it is at risk of running out of money due to the claims from the LA fires, and asked for a $1 billion lifeline from the members of the insurance companies that are on the hook for that amount. And now it's $30 million that they'll have to pay out. And it says they're going to try to pass it on to half of their customers. So I'd like you to think about, how is that affordable? You know, I've had to, and it's twice the amount of money for Cal Fair, and we're at the risk that they run out of money. Well, we're out of luck. So just from a practical standpoint, and I live right across the road from where they want to develop on Tarpey Flats, you know, they're 60 feet away from me. So they also will be an extreme fire hazard.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. We're at time. Thank you. Next speaker.
Deidre Monroe.
Hi, my name is Deidre Monroe, and I'm here representing Big Sur Land Trust. We have previously spoken out against the inclusion of the Tarpey Flats site in the housing element due to its significant natural, ecological, scenic, and cultural values, as well as its value as a wildlife corridor. While we have not had time for an in-depth review of the developer's updated proposal for the property, we acknowledge that it incorporates more accessible housing in terms of affordability than the previous proposal. We do, however, urge the board to consider this development carefully, given the property's unique and irreplaceable natural resources and cultural values, particularly on the eastern portion of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Christy Markey.
Yes, Christy Markey speaking on behalf of Landwatch, and I'll be finishing Mike DeLapa's testimony. And just to reiterate, to pick up where he left off, Landwatch does recommend including the Olmsted Road site with a smaller development footprint and a higher percentage of affordable units as proposed by the developer in his letter. That is his updated proposal. I think most of us can agree that the builder's remedy project would be very detrimental, and this new proposal is a much stronger, better proposal for the community. And the developer is interested in working with the Big Sur Land Trust, the conservation groups, and the community on designing a project that meets needs. And so to clarify, either way, this site is going to be developed. It's either the builder remedy project, or we can work with the developer to build a new project that's better. What the board is deciding is whether there's going to be 80 single-family homes that mostly benefit out-of-town buyers and real estate speculators, or we can have just over 700 denser, smaller, more affordable units that are for the local workforce, and it would include 44 very low-income units. So we are going to see this site developed, and we just need to steer it in the right direction. And in arriving at the recommendations, Landwatch is seeking to balance many factors, the state mandates being a big one, but also infrastructure limitations.
Thank you, Christy. We're at time. Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, phone number ending in 837.
Brian Rosen here. We need to, the affordable, what does it mean? Usually what they call affordable housing is hardly affordable. It's quite expensive. I was in the prior presentation, it was supposed to be 80% of the median income. I mean, you have to live too on the other 20%. We need to think about what exactly affordable is in terms of a dollar amount. This land Tarpey Flat should not be developed. It's too important ecologically. When is the building ever going to stop? It's going to just totally destroy the area. The cars are backed up on Highway 68, and it's only going to get worse and worse and worse and worse if you keep approving more and more development without adequate infrastructure. It would be too expensive to put a freeway where 68 is. Unconstitutional overreach by the state. That happens like it's happening with the federal government by Trump and Musk. We need to stand up to the state. And when you approve projects, you need to require them to allow solar energy. You know, these complexes will not even allow clotheslines, and none of you seem to want to address this, but clotheslines are an excellent way to save energy using the sun. And you go into these complexes and the neighborhood associations, they won't even allow clotheslines. What could be more picturesque than clothes fluttering in the wind? You need to, the Airbnbs and other factors, there are a lot of empty buildings. We can build overhead second
Thank
stories.
you, Mr. Rosen.
We don't
We're
need
at
to keep
time.
building and
Thank
building.
you. Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Next speaker.
Jeanette Leondu.
Jeanette.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Jeanette Leonidou, and I'm the president of Communities for Sustainable Monterey County. We do support development for low-income housing. However, we do believe there is a way to do that is less environmentally impactful. However, if the board does decide to proceed with this, we support Landwatch's revisions. In addition to that, we strongly urge the board to make sure there is serious consideration about ways in which this development can be as environmentally friendly as possible. For example, make sure that the building includes gray water, water catchment, solar, earth-friendly materials, landscaping that supports biodiversity, including native plants and trees, and take the time, effort, and resources to have the proper experts advise the developers about how to do that if it is going to proceed.
All right, next speaker.
Michael Hogan.
Michael Hogan.
He has his mic
Mr. Hogan. All right, we'll come back to you. Next speaker.
Yes, let's see, George Kern.
This is George Kern. I'm a resident of Monterey, and I just want to point out to one quite important issue. Where would you get water? There is no water in this area. You have 2 test wells which will be never approved because they are on the same groundwater as our wells are. And our wells are not supplying even enough water for us. We have water hauled in for our use. So how can you dream about building this development without having a drop of water? I think you have to wait until the desalination or whatever system will come up before you can start building. That's all my just observation. I don't believe that you can build the house without having water. I'm not talking about using the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Scott Klein.
Yeah, my name is Scott Klein. I live in the Tarpey Flats area with my wife, Debbie. And I wanted to thank the council who wisely removed the Tarpey Flats area from the housing plan, because I was suddenly shocked to learn that this massive development was back in consideration with no real notice, no signs, no hearing, nothing else. I've never seen a proposal for residential development of such a significance with so many negative impacts to be put forth once again, somewhat under the cover of darkness. I won't repeat what everybody else said, but just to remind you, the traffic impact would be horrible. It's already as bad as you can imagine. The infrastructure costs that would be borne in order to support such a development are huge. The police department, the fire department, massive new expense of infrastructure, not to mention the loss of this beautiful green belt, the impact to endangered species in the area, and of course, the horrible impact in air quality. I implore all of you to once again remove Tarpey Flats from consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
The last one is Michael Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Got his mic undone.
Mr. Hogan, final call. Okay, and at this point, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Somebody else just raised their hand, sorry. Stu Jacobs. No, he's not going.
Mr. Jacobs.
Yep. Jeffrey Benzing.
Am I live? Here we go.
Here we go.
Hi. I urge you to vote no on Tarpey Flats for many, many reasons that have been covered by the speakers earlier. But ones that have not been covered is the vast investment that the airport district is putting into the airport itself to create a more utilized and revenue generating business for the county. One concerning element that happened when they redesigned the terminal location is they moved the airport firefighting capability to the north side of the airport. If you recall back in July of 2021, when we did have an airplane crash in the Monterey area, the airport firefighting team were on site in minutes, preventing the escalation of a fire into the hillsides, which would parallel to what we've seen in Palisades. Now, the airport fire district has to respond through narrow commercial corridors, residential corridors, and adding about 10 minutes to a response time. We're now proposing putting in a multitude of housing development into that corridor, which would increase the fire danger and also not be able to have the rapid response of the fire system. Also, you have to ask the question, why are we putting a high-density residential right next to the airport? Isn't that a little odd? If you go back and look at any airport land use committee, the one thing they do say is to prevent residential development within the airport
We're
environment.
at time. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Andrea Pace.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can. Yes.
Okay. I live in Oak Tree Views right above Tarpey Flats. I've been here for over 27 years and we overlook Tarpey Flats. So everybody's talked about this, but we are right off Olmsted Road and kind of kitty corner from here that's maybe 2 blocks away on Garden Road. There is a large development going on over there with reuse of office buildings into residential. And I don't know that a lot of people understand how close that is to where we are. So in addition to the 800 or so units that are supposed to go in the field below us, kitty corner from here or another, I don't know how many, 200 and some units. And so that again puts all the traffic on Olmsted Road and Highway 68. And with the airport expansion and them bringing in new flights, I'm just not really sure how it can absorb all of that. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next.
Steve.
Steve.
He's not.
Next.
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted. I'm just going to pile on about Tarpey Flats for multiple reasons that have clearly been stated. It's not a viable project location. Water samples, not suitable for human consumption, extremely high fire danger zone. It's impossible, almost impossible to get fire insurance. I was cut off as well. Traffic is a joke on 68. This is going to further exacerbate that issue. This is not a good location for development. There are many other places you should look, not Tarpey Flats. Preserve it for so many reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next speaker.
David Prina.
David.
Hi, Supervisors. Good afternoon. My name is David Prina. I'm a resident of Prunedale, Salinas area, and I just wanted to endorse the Land Watch letter of March 7th that was delivered to the County Board of Supervisors. And just to reiterate, I would hope that that you would remove sites 1, 2, 40, 48, and 52 to designate site 53 instead of site 7 for university housing, and to include the Olmsted Road site with a smaller development footprint and higher percentage of affordable units as proposed by the developer. I think we need affordable housing that's closer, denser, and built a little taller. So I very much endorse the Land Watch approach to this housing element. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Michael Hogan. And Stu Jacobs. They both are unmuted, but they're not talking.
Trying again. Am I on?
You are.
Okay, wonderful. Just simple common sense. You've heard it all. It's an iconic historic wetland. Water samples show that the water is not suitable for human consumption in this area. There's also a paucity of water in general. Fire danger is incredible. Will not be able to get fire insurance. Traffic is just unmanageable. How could anybody consider increasing it? Common sense needs to be used. I agree with previous statements on this topic.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
No more hands are raised.
All right, no more hands. So I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anybody want to go first? Supervisor Church.
Since we didn't ask questions, I have a couple questions that I might want to let my colleagues speak before I come back with some comments, Mr. Chair, if that's all right. Thank you. First is a kind of a point of information. There's been some reference here to Site 48, but from the line, but it's not really Site 48. So that's out in the Los Lomas area. And I know I recently just seen some proposal onto that. I don't know, Mr. Spencer, do you want to explain that then, or do you want?
So
go ahead. Okay, thanks.
We have Site 48 identified in our August draft housing element outside of Las Lomas. It is a non-vacant site. There are some patches of agriculture on it. It had a previously proposed housing development on it. It is actually the site adjacent to that, where there's now plans to consider developing 60 affordable housing units. We can add the site adjacent or switch 48 from where it's at to the adjacent site, if that's the desire of the board. Melanie's showing it on the screen. Thank you, Melanie. 48 shown here is actually, the proposal is on the property just to the west, on the left of the screen, where the 60 units are proposed. So we would suggest that be added, or that we switch from where we're at on 48 in the red here to the property just to the west, which goes from the edge of 48 on the left to near the intersection where it says Las Lomas.
And just to follow up from what I saw on the proposal as put forth was in an open area where there's kind of a meadowish area where there are no trees. That's where the development is really looked at, correct?
Yeah, where Melanie's the arrow is showing here on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the north side of the property.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify that for the board itself on that particular point. So my question is here, is obviously there's been a lot of comments on Olmsted and Tarpey Flats area there. I just want to kind of make sure I clarify here, is it is coming forth right now as a builder's remedy, which the board really has no legal right to deny at this point.
Yeah, so it is not in the draft housing element. It is in the discussion of potentially adding sites back in if needed, because it is a builder remedy application and it is an affordable housing overlay district in our general plan. It is not in the plan now. The board could choose to add it as one of those backup sites or one of the sites that helps us with the negative delta that we have if you go with staff's recommendation, but there's a number of other things happening here. It does have a builder remedy application for 100 units. 80 of those would be above moderate, 20 would be affordable under our inclusionary housing ordinance, so 6% very low, 6% low, and 8% moderate. So of those 20 units, that would be the division of those. We do have limited ability to deny that application. We'd have to find that it conflicts with adopted objective health and safety standards. And so the owner of that property has proposed an alternative. If the board were to be willing to add that site back in, that they would develop a portion of that site, and I could show the map they submitted, with higher density. But that would also come with a request for an allocation of water from the county to build more housing on a portion of that site and not the entire site. So there's two kind of streams of comments happening, one from the property owner who is the developer willing to build housing, who will either do the builder remedy application or this alternative if the board chooses to entertain that. And then we have the majority of the other comments in opposition of any housing on that site.
So on that, the affordable housing that the developer is proposing, how many acres is that on, and what's the density on that, the proposal for units per acre?
Ooh, acres. There's a lot of acres on the property itself. Let me pull up.
Within the developed area is particularly, because I think it's like what, a 279 acre unit parcel, I should say.
Yeah, so the developer submitted a map showing the general location of what they would propose be the open space portions and the developable portions if the board adds the site back in. And let me bring that up here on the screen if I can.
While you're looking that up, do you know the number off the top of your head that they're proposing in their compromise with the county? How many units and how many loans?
725 units. 325, I think, would be on this kind of triangular piece. And the other 350 would be on the other side of Olmsted, where it says 30 acres. That is with inclusionary housing applied 44 very low, 44 low, 58 moderate, and 580 above moderate.
Thank you.
So am I reading it here then that is the building this on about 20 units an acre? Is that what on the developed area?
Yes, the yellow would be higher density, the 375 on the 13 acres and then 350 on the 30 acres. I think I have that right. It could be switched.
Okay.
But
and this is a developer. It's not a nonprofit doing it, because at times there's been discussions that on these larger units, it's only nonprofits that could do it. I mean, when you have a higher density, I should say. But
this is a developer. Private developer, privately owned property.
Okay.
So that would be, it wouldn't be an affordable housing, 100% affordable housing project, most likely.
Do we have a breakdown of approximately what it would detail in?
With the inclusionary housing requirements, the 80-20 split, it would be 44 very low, 44 low, and 58 moderate.
Okay.
Instead of, I think, what is it, 12 low, 12 very low, and no, the math's not adding up. 20 units in the affordable income with the builder remedy application. 20 total, 6%, very low, 6%.
Not try to put your math skills on show here. Yeah. So I'll thank you for the answer.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. And thank you, Craig and Melanie, for what I know has been an incredible amount of work. So just to reiterate what I was asking that original question about the fact that we have had no response yet from the state, because I wanted to know what kind of flexibility that we have. And when I deliberate, I'm guessing today with my colleagues, I'm really looking for something that I think is in line with the state and their letter, which is affirmatively furthering fair housing, and then the likelihood of the project to get built. And in that, for me, and I think it's the goal of the state, is the likelihood of that project to get built with the housing that we need in our communities, right? Which is our workforce housing. And then senior housing, workforce housing, the housing of all of our community members. And then something that I know the state places in high regard, which is climate-friendly policies. And they're looking, I think, always from the county for climate-friendly policies. And so when I drove here this morning and I drove along Highway 68, I saw what we always see, which is lines and lines and cars filled with traffic. And the traffic, is our workforce coming into the Monterey Peninsula. And that workforce, as we've talked about, is doctors on down. I saw 2 fire chiefs in their trucks, because which ones are the chiefs in their CAL FIRE trucks, not like the actual engine, but the CAL FIRE trucks heading to work. It's our teachers, it's our first responders, it's our healthcare workers, it is our workforce. And so those are the things that I'm looking for in trying to figure out how we solve the problem that is the state writing us this letter and saying we need to either be able to justify what make some changes. And so in regards to Oh, where to begin? One more thing I'll say is the 80-20 split for me, as we've talked about, we've talked about changing some of the sites and making them go back to the inclusionary housing ordinance, because I think in our minds, we're thinking that they're more likely to get built that way. It's a response to the state and to their letter. But what we know in the 5th district, and I think we can say the same for sure in the 4th district, is the market rate houses in Marina, and I would surmise at Site 24 could go for over $1 million, $1.5 million. And so I think we really need to ask ourselves what problem we're solving when we make decisions like whether to change the density at some of these sites. I'll start with the York sites. I think that the highest likelihood we have for housing to get built is when you have willing partners and you have people who are wanting to do these projects. We heard that with Pajaro today with one site, and we've heard that throughout the public comment with York. And York in particular is looking to build the housing that we need in Monterey County, right? Our teachers, our firefighters, our first responders, our healthcare workers. And so, and they're putting the partnerships together that we heard from public comment to do that. So I think there's a high likelihood. I think that the biggest threat we have in Monterey County and in this area is wildfire, right? I've been here for 51 years and a plane has never crashed in that region. And if this was a problem, I'd be really concerned for my children in the schools, my doctor's offices where I go to the doctor, eating and having many meetings throughout the year at Tarpey's restaurant. Like, if it was that dangerous, I think we should all be concerned. And I don't think it's that dangerous. That said, what we've heard from York is they have the capacity to build around the concerns that that the AALUC has. And I think anyone with that information is going to want to build around those recommendations. And so again, we have a willing partner. We have an entity that is, for the state, they want to see this built. They want to do this work. It's a high number of units. So I'm in support of keeping it in the plan and using whatever justification. And I would suggest that at the top of that list is political will, engaged partners, nonprofit housing developers, whatever it is that says there's a high likelihood this housing is going to get built. The questions I have about Tarpey Flats, which is the other big one. We've heard a lot that it is inevitable that something is going to get built there. So we have 3 different pathways, it sounds like, for housing to get built on that site. It's in the affordable housing overlay in the 2010 general plan. It's a builder's remedy project. And now we're considering putting it back into the housing element. When you hear it's inevitable, is that completely accurate? And more specifically, where does CEQA come into that conversation? Because we heard, I think our very first public comment today was about Fish and Wildlife identifying a tiger salamander in the area.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say it's inevitable, but it is most likely, very, very likely that housing will be developed either through the builder remedy or some other path. We, again, can't deny the builder remedy application unless there's health and safety impacts that are backed up by adopted objective standards. So if the developer proposes something that has water and sewage disposal and we can't point to something that is a health and safety objective standard that doesn't require discretion, we cannot deny it under the state law. So it most likely will happen. In that sense, it is sort of inevitable. I forgot the other part of your question. I think CEQA is still required for the builder remedy application. If it were to be part of the housing element, opportunity sites We're doing a programmatic EIR that analyzes the unit numbers and distribution on each one of our housing opportunity sites, so it would have some level of CEQA coverage under the environmental document we're preparing for the plan if it were a housing opportunity site. If it were the builder remedy application or some other thing outside of the housing element, it would have to go through a separate site-specific CEQA review.
Okay, then with that in mind, is it possible to pull up the map again of what the map that was provided by the developer?
I think I closed it out, but
And this is not to say that I am supportive of anything in this area, because I think that this area is a critical wildlife corridor. I do feel like it is abuts a county park as well as a pine preserve that I think the speakers that are making public comment are absolutely right. Nobody in this area is going to be able to get fire insurance until something changes. It's heavily wooded right above it. And I think it's a pretty darn special location. But if you were to decide that the denser housing that has the higher likelihood of building housing that is affordable by design versus an IHO model, which sounds like is the builder's remedy application, I have a concern that I hope my colleagues will consider, which is when you're driving on Highway 68 and you're heading toward the Monterey Peninsula, thankfully this area, the 20 acres, the 7 acres, and the 19 acres is preserved. It's open space, it's wildlife corridor as per this recommendation. But I think it's really important, one, that this easternmost portion of this site is protected completely as a wildlife corridor, plus as a view shed. And so when you're on the highway and you're heading west, if you don't do something about the corner triangle of the 30 acres on the easternmost portion, you will see housing. And you can see that the housing that's right above it is protected, and it stops at a certain point, which does protect the view shed. So I really do hope, if I'm on the losing end of this argument, that corner of the property is protected, because I think the scenic corridor is critical as well. We can talk more about that later, but I'm not a fan for so many reasons. The last thing I'll say about this one is water. I don't understand how a project of that magnitude moves forward with what water supply. And I say that with the caveat that it is really important to note that this is a planning exercise identifying potential sites for the state of California of where we would put housing if we were to develop that housing. On the Monterey Peninsula, we are under a cease and desist order for a large portion of the property. If you're going to need to ask for water from the county for your development, I don't know how we could provide that in a timely way, because we can't tell you when we're going to lift the cease and desist order. And if we don't lift the cease and desist order, then you can't intensify use at that site. So even if we were to allocate water to the applicant, it might, I'd go as far as to say perhaps it's disingenuous. Is this 735 unit plan even viable if they don't have the water and they don't need the water? And who's to say they're not going to move forward with the builder's remedy application anyway, right? So I want to make sure there's some guardrails there as we move forward on that one. And then the last thing I do want to bring up, I'm sorry I'm taking so much time, but I've mentioned Site 24 and I've mentioned this. I do want to mention that we got letters from Marina, and as much as I'm slightly offended by the reference to a property in Carmel Valley that was a massive slope on a hillside as identified as a location for 1,100 units. I do agree that we want to be able to maintain our relationships with our jurisdictions. And if the city of Marina has come forward and offered a site that sounds like it could accommodate the same number of units that the Site 7 would accommodate, I think it's something we should consider, and I'm just putting that out to my colleagues. Same number of sites. If we're negotiating, we can draft agreements. We did it just this morning, perhaps slightly easier with Eden Housing, but we can draft agreements, and I would just really support us making sure we get the RENA, which was part of the original deal, and maintaining good relationships with our jurisdictions, and especially if it's the same number of housing. I do support what the Carpenters Union came forward and suggested, that we adopt an encouragement letter in our jurisdiction. I mean, in our housing element. If it's been adopted in other jurisdictions, it's just encouraging. It sounds like it's a pretty simple thing to do, and it's something I would do. And I think with that, it's a lot. I will say one final thing, and that is, if we keep the York sites in, and if we have either 53 or 7, of which I'm more favorable to 53, and we kept the density at 24, and these are just the ones that I'm more familiar with because they're closer to the Monterey Peninsula and to District 5. Do we need Tarpey Flats?
There are definitely scenarios where we don't need Tarpey Flats or other added sites. And that is, so we have Site 7 in our draft from August that we submitted to the state, has over 900 units capacity with 430, I think, very low, and almost 800 in the below market rate category. If we don't reallocate the numbers on that site, we do not need to add new sites. We are meeting our RENA plus buffer. What we are suggesting is that, given the comments from the state that said, reallocate your large opportunity sites or justify what your unit allocation assumptions are by showing us evidence of other similar projects and how they've developed at that rate. We are saying the evidence we've been able to come up with on large sites in Marin County in particular, there was one large site that had about 400 lower income units. 800 is double what our nearest example is. So what we're suggesting is we change the unit assumptions, which then reduces the overall number of very low income units. And when combined with another of other options, starts to eat away at us meeting our RENA plus buffer in the very low income category, because that's about 1/3 of our RENA is just in that one category. The other 2/3 are in low, moderate, being the second third, and above moderate being the final third. So very low is very much driving all of it. And so if we don't have those large numbers on marina sites in the very low income category, and we lose some from removing other sites, then we need to add sites. So there's a number of different options. We've also potentially are adding 60. We don't know exactly what levels of affordability on the Los Lomas sites. So we're prepared to do some kind of number moving, but ultimately we have to have our RENA plus a buffer of at least 15%, but we would recommend more. We'd also recommend that if we're adding sites, that it be in the higher resources areas of the county for AFFH purposes.
We'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Great, thanks. Okay, so I've got a handful of questions and comments. I'm going to try to do this in an organized fashion. In regards to the suggestion to add language encouraging support of working class construction workers, there was a letter, a proposal, absolutely just want to go on record supporting that. I think that's something that would be appropriate. There was specific language that's been used in other communities, specifically in Capitola, Santa Clara County, Belmont, Menlo Park, Daly City, Foster City, Redwood City, San Mateo County, and Palo Alto. So I think we've got some good examples of wording to work with there. In regards to the York school sites, I did, unfortunately was not able to watch the airport land use meeting because those meetings are not broadcast live. I do share the concerns, and we heard about some of the concerns about noticing of those meetings, both from the folks at York as well as the marina community, who also didn't get notice of the meeting when it was held and wasn't able to, there was difficulty participating. But specifically to the opportunity site 46, I'm just reading directly from the resolution from the Airport Land Use Commission. These opportunity site 46, it speaks to the rezoning of property to allow construction of 35-foot tall residential structures will not conflict with the AL UCP policy 4.2.3.2, which states that proposed structures are prohibited on terrain that already penetrates certain heights, and that therefore foreseeable developments and opportunity site 46 will be conditionally consistent with AL UCP policies relating to airspace, and rezoning of opportunity site 46 does not pose an immediate hazard to airspace. Additionally, site 47 has similar language. So although development is discouraged, it may be conditionally allowed at certain heights. Again, same thing for opportunity site 46 and opportunity for site 47, which both exist at least partially in safety zone 7, which allows residential development at unrestricted densities, a maximum intensity of 300 persons per acre for non-residential land uses and all development types. So I think there's quite a bit of reference in the airport land use discussion that provides quite a bit of protection to the county for allowing the inclusion of both of those parcels. I'm not sure what happened at that airport land use committee meeting or why we didn't have full inclusion of the stakeholders in that discussion. But I feel confident, having read through those resolutions, that we have quite a bit of defensive language there to argue the inclusion of both of those sites back into the housing element. I'll move on to site number, let's see here, move on to the ADUs and our accessory dwelling unit potential, which I have to say I am disappointed that we can't find better policies to strengthen the opportunity for ADUs to help support our RENA count. I know that that's a strategy being used by many other jurisdictions, and the fact that all we're able to come up with is 9 low-income units towards our RENA. I think there's got to be more that we can do there, given all of the work that we're doing. We've got an ADU policy in place now. We've got sample, I trust that there's more that can be done there. So whether we're able to do that for the inclusion of the housing element and include those policies in our actual element, or whether we're able to continue doing more work to actually get units added that count towards our RENA over the course of this cycle, I think we need to invest in that as a strategy. I'm also going to say on, let's see here, on sites number 1 and 24, there's a staff recommendation to reallocate unit assumptions to the inclusionary housing ordinance percentages and distributions. I'm supportive of that. I'm going to go back up, and I'm going to hear my colleagues' concerns about the Olmsted Road site, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the triangle development piece that was mentioned on that map. So however we get to where we go with that conversation, I do want to make sure I understand. I definitely. I think the concerns that have been raised by Landwatch in regards to the builder's remedy application that's currently moving forward, as I understand it, a builder's remedy application that's in the works would be significantly a larger footprint with a significant less affordable housing. So if my choice is to be between a builder's remedy application or the proposal that's currently outlined by the February 4th letter from Brett Slama, I would definitely be supportive of the proposal that's in our packet from Brett Slama, and would ask that we take action on that as it's described in the letter. So that's if those are my choices, I prefer adding the proposal to our housing element. And then my final comment, I think I'm going to say, and I hope I didn't miss anything, I will go back through here. In regards to Marina, and we're back to site 7 and 53, which is the triangle parcel, the alternative site offered by Marina. I'm going to, again, make the argument and stand by my colleagues and my representatives in Marina. The city has been incredibly clear and focused with their planning efforts going back 25 years. To build out their downtown, to focus on infill development, to invest in their economic development through their airport. The city has been very clear and unified in terms of they just finished doing their downtown vibrancy plan. They are focusing intently on how to bring resources into their downtown core. The proposal to build 1,000, effectively 700, as it here, 400 very low, plus another 280 low, plus another 186 moderate income housing units, literally outside the lines of their borders. In a community that doesn't, that they would be ultimately responsible for providing resources for without any of the jurisdictional authority, I think is problematic for many reasons. As outlined in their letter, potentially conflicts with their economic development at the Marina Airport. There's significant investment going into the Marina Airport. They've offered an alternative site that has potential for approximately 476 units within the city jurisdiction of Marina, which is where we want to see infill development. They've offered to allow us to share RENA with them for the development within that infill site. I think it's incumbent on us to practice best practices in planning. Furthermore, I would say that the developer at the triangle parcel has stated very clearly that they don't intend to build any affordable housing at that site. So for a variety of reasons, we're setting ourselves up for not meeting the expectations of 419 very low income units at a location where it's not walkable or accessible to any of the services that low income residents would need, even if we were expecting it to be built there. So for a variety of reasons, I think we would be well served and best served by trading out Site 7 for Site 53, and I would urge my colleagues to consider that as we move forward. So I think if I missed anything, I will circle back on those, but those are my comments and my requests of my colleagues. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for everyone who came to speak, and thank to our staff for never giving up. I'm moving forward on this as slowly and as arduously as it is. But I just wanted, I think I say this every time we talk about housing. It's a controversial topic, and I always like reminding us there's a reason why we have a housing crisis, why we have a homelessness crisis in California. It's for this very reason, that every time, I think when every elected runs, they always say, yes, I want to solve the housing process and homelessness crisis. But when moments like this come to take action in a very complicated process, even many of these sites still have to go through environmental review, which is very expensive, takes a long time, could get tied up in litigation. Even after, whether we include or exclude certain parcels, each of those sites has to go through its own individual process still. I'm always taken aback because the other reality, the one reality is there's many homeowners that love their homes. I get it. NIMBYism is nothing new. People oppose especially around affordable housing, people don't want it near them. That's a story as old as time. But the other reality is the voices that we almost had no representation of here today, which are the low-income families, those people who are working right now in those fields that can't come and speak up for themselves, whose kids are in school, those employees who are working in those hotels on the peninsula. Those are the people who are not here. And guess what? They're renting, they're living in overcrowded conditions, but they want to realize the American dream of owning a home one day. They don't want to keep being renters their entire lives. They want to be able to invest in an asset that they could hopefully pass on to their children so that there could be intergenerational wealth, something that many of our families do not have. But they work so hard each day just so they could hopefully one day be able to achieve that. And it's upon us as government is not just to look at those who are vocal and come speak here, but our job in government is also to look for the least among us, to look out for those who are working hard, who are paying taxes, who are doing everything possible and have been asking us every election cycle, please allow more housing opportunities for us. More rental housing, more condos, more single-family homes, more multi-generational homes. Sometimes they're larger because now these days it's kids and parents and grandparents living in one single unit, and some prefer that. So I also think their voices are important in all this. And then I serve on the Workforce Development Board, and guess what? We have 1,000 new hotel units coming in the next few years. We got the old tin cannery that just got through the Coastal Commission there. We got, which I think that's the Kimpton, I think that's coming to Pacific Grove. Sand City got some Marriott. Seaside at the Black Horse and Bayonet's got the Grand Hyatt. 1,000 new rooms coming here. And if we're not planning for where our workforce is gonna be, the problems are only gonna get worse. We were talking about today, Highway 68 and other roads and highways have congestion in the morning and evening because people are going to work and they're coming back. And so part of this, and I know it's controversial, but it's trying to locate those units in our housing element so we could build more affordable and more market rate housing that's closer to where people work, so we don't have people having to go across the county to make a living and provide for their families. So that's where I know this ain't easy, and I know my board here, the Board of Supervisors, has different constituencies, different points of view on housing. I'm of the mindset is that this is not a time to back away. This is a time to say yes, include things, get out an approved housing element, and let these other individual projects move through their process, whether they're developable or not, whether they have water credits or not. That's all going to be part of that review process. Whether they might impede on sensitive environmental issues, salamander, these are issues that we always have to deal with, any kind of project. But there's a process for that in the environmental review, the CEQA process, and each of those will have to stand on its own merits. And so I said, we're not shying away from those. We have the most rigorous laws, I think, out of any state in our country, and they have to meet those on the administrative record, during the hearings, and in litigation. So I'm just pointing out what everybody knows. It's reality. So I just want to speak to some of these projects. One, of course, going to Las Lomas, 100 Sill Road. That was a project I supported. It got through the Coastal Commission because most people don't know this area. Las Lomas Market, it's just before you get to there, between Hall School and Las Lomas Market. That's part of the coastal zone under the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. That was surprising to all of us, but it is. But there was a staff recommendation against it at the hearing. The commissioners overrode it. What I think happened that there wasn't a strong a pause to put the right findings on the record to withstand the legal challenge. So there was a lawsuit. It got thrown out, and then I think people backed away from it. This seems to be a portion of that. I think it's not the original. I think it was original both those parcels. Now it's only one. But I think that would be a benefit to the people in North County there in Las Lomas. Originally, it included a park space, a home for like a community center. There was some other amenities that the community really wanted and spoke loud during the Coastal Commission. And I think that's why we were able to convince the commissioners to not agree with the staff recommendation at the time. So I think it's site 48, yeah. 100 Sill Road. And I think it's 100 units proposed, right?
It is now 60.
60, okay.
On the site to the west.
Yeah, 60 units, 16 acres. Got it. 100 was the address. Okay, going to York School, because I think we originally heard their first presentation in the Economic Development Committee many months ago. And I think through several hearings, I didn't hear much opposition or concerns about it. It was kind of, they were trying to air their project and what their hope and their vision was. And it sounded very exciting for the sports teams, for the education workforce, for the school. And then now we found out that the ALUC took a different position. But maybe my question is for Mr. Lorca. Could you answer a question? Just going to the ALUC, because obviously they make the recommendation. By doing so, they are exempted from liability. If we were to override their decision, the airport district is not liable. I wanted to hear from your side what overriding conditions, if you were able to participate in the ALUC hearing. We just didn't hear that wasn't mentioned on what considerations would be overriding for the ultimate decision made by ALUC. I think the parcel 47 is all in the safety zone 7. Site 46 is partially in it, but they just, instead of trying to figure out a plan that worked, they said just remove them all is basically what they ended up deciding at the end of the hearing.
Supervisor Alejo, that is our understanding. And again, with a little bit more notice, it's something that we probably would have dug into and presented and participated in that hearing. Again, it's just sort of some of the noticing issues have precluded us from participating. I understand that Brown Act noticing was provided, but as several of your colleagues have said, we've been involved in this whole process. And if we had thought that, that those type of decisions were being made, we would have expected at least a phone call from staff saying, what do you think about this, and sort of encouraged our participation.
So you weren't able to put your side of the argument on the record in that ALUC hearing?
That's correct.
I know you said there were issues, but I didn't know it was like.
I can speak from my office. Yeah. The trustees are a different thing, but at least from my office, that's correct. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear about that, because I know how important that is on behalf of your client to be able to do that. So yeah, if there's a way to be able to put those sites in, I think it's important to get some analysis from our legal counsel, because this is a sensitive issue, right? And it's nothing unique, right? You look at Reed Hillview Airport in San Jose. It's on the east side. It is surrounded by housing. Just go down, just local airports. Salinas, you got the east side, you got Barton School. There's a bunch of housing right next to it. That's in Chris's district. Watsonville has a bunch of new housing all around the airport, including Watsonville Community Hospital was built right next door to it. So I think there's ways to address some of the concerns and override them, but I know it's important to get it right and to get those findings right. And I think that's going to take us to be able to do some better analysis and better findings, and give the York Schools side be able to make a case for themselves, right, and their council, which wasn't done there. And I think that needs to be relooked at so that it's done right. So on the Tarpey Flats, another controversial issue. So I think the question there is going to come down to two things, right? It's going to get developed either way with the builder's remedy or if it's moved into. But I think the question there is, do we maximize that limited land space? Are we going to allow it in the builder's remedy to be 100, only be able to serve 100 and build 100 units forever into the future? Or do we have an opportunity to be able to say, that's a limited site. The next time we have to do this all over again, it won't probably be many of the members of this board, but a future board is going to have to look at other places to develop in the county. And this is going to be one of those examples, well, we could have done more here, but it had pushback, it had disagreement, and instead of building what I count 350 units, of which, no, 725 units, and then 350 units on the other side, right?
725 total.
Total on both parcels. Yeah. But out of that, it was 44 very low, 44 low, 58 moderate, which is 156 units. I mean, just think about that. We have an opportunity to maximize housing in one, which for the future really alleviates having to look at other places to build housing. I think that's the question before this board. Are we going to shy away? It's a very obviously clear question to me. If there's a parcel among an important corridor where we can maximize and get almost 150 units of affordable housing or moderate and affordable housing, that's the question I want us not to shy away from. I mean, this is why we get elected, to make the hard decisions, and not kick it down the road or take the easy route. This is where we as supervisors are elected to make tough decisions, and this is an important one, I think, for all of us. Let's see, the only other ones I wanted to mention, I think, were some of these other sites, like Site 1 and others that were listed. I hate to gone through all this work. We've been through many iterations again, and even then we have a shortfall right now of getting to that 15% buffer. And now to try to pull other parcels in other parts of the county, I think that's regressive. It's taking us back instead of making progress. I think our goal is hopefully to get a housing element certified by the state of California sometime soon, because guess what? The more that we don't have, the more opportunities there are for builders' remedies. That's for the public who doesn't follow that. That's what the legislature inserted as kind of a punishment tool, or to give some more teeth to not having a certified housing element. It gives another route to developers to build without having any of us having any decision making over that. I don't think that's where we want to go for much longer. The second part of that is that we cannot apply for these affordable housing funds to bring in some of these state dollars that were approved by propositions and perhaps other pockets in state funding. So we're also undermining our constituents by not giving them their fair share of potentially available affordable housing dollars. So those are my thoughts. I'll pass it to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I haven't gotten yet, but you want to override me and go first? Go twice? Please, go ahead. I see the priority. I know, that's why I'm messing with you. Go for it.
Thank you very much. You know what? We have this real shortage on housing for working people, and whether it's in agriculture or hospitality or education or fire or police or wherever it is. And it's a lot to do with, I've never been a great fan of the way the inclusionary housing ordinance is, because 20% housing isn't really enough doing it. And that's what's kind of put us into this bind. But I understand there's a lot of things that are standing in the way of just building affordable by design. And so this is where we're kind of at in this situation. And so when I look at this, I'm looking at every opportunity that will increase for the housing for very low and moderate and whatever we can do. And there's a lot of good options out here. upon that. It's just getting harder to find places, as we pointed out, to build. And right now, it's really important to make sure that we're building as much as possible for people who are working here, not building larger estates for people up in the Bay Area to come down. I think, those days have got to pass by, and we need to be worried about the people that are working here. And so that's where I'm coming from on this. And one of the things I want to put strong support on is that the site in Las Lomas. I think this is better than what was perhaps there initially, because this is entirely, it's 64 units, by the way, and it's being planned for entirely being affordable. I mean, that's great. That's kind of fills in that gap from the failures that the inclusionary housing ordinance has had. Let's see, there we go. And regarding the York project there, so yeah, I think that probably needs to be put back in here as well. It's it's been pointed out by Supervisor Daniels, Supervisor Alejo, and I think all of us, just probably observation. There's airports all around this country where there's housing and schools that are near airports, and we can work around that. And there's actually houses already out there. So this isn't that big of a leap there, and this seems like it's already got a developer, it's got a plan, it needs to happen. Going to the marina issue there, I'd be fine with 53, but I'd sure like to see some of the same deal we have with Salinas. We need, that's conditional, I think, onto this, is we've got to get a deal like we do with Salinas. So then, then we've made some steps there where we're getting some credits. On the Olmsted Tarpey project out there, this is some sensitive land. I think we need to do whatever we can to protect it. But when we have a choice here between 80 homes and whatever it is, 700 or give or take, or whatever we're looking at, 100 and 800, it becomes really clear again. It's maximize that density if it's going to happen anyway. Let's put it in there. Let's preserve what we can. I don't know. This may not go forward anyway. I think there's some environmental issues here. There's some historical issues that are going on. It may have a difficult road ahead in itself, but if it's going to happen, let's condense that development into a certain area as the map is shown here. Let's do what we can to protect what there is there. Going back onto Site 1, which I believe we originally put inside there 20 units an acre on 45 acres, and the property owner is asking for that to be expanded to 95 at 10 units. Is that correct?
Yeah. So his letter was to increase the overall developable acreage and keep the same numbers,
but lower the density.
Yeah, well, the density was at 20 units per acre, so keeping the same numbers would be 10 units per acre if you double the developable acreage.
And so the 45 acres that are identified there originally, I think you got to look at that as potentially as an area to be developed, because we got a school right there, and I don't know why these school districts keep going through putting schools next to ag land, and then we got complaints about pesticides, and it's just, and I see this repeatedly at school districts doing this, and I don't know why that happens. So we look at this into there. If this is right on the edge of Salinas, so there's Northridge isn't very far away. There are resources around there. I'm not going to be against the idea of expanding that to 95, but again, we got to maximize that density into every degree. And I'm not in favor of cutting the density down, because then what we're doing there is we're making more expensive homes if you're allowing them over a larger amount of land. And so it needs to be conglomerated as much as possible. Such as what's happening over at Olmsted. And I see, when I look here and I ask that question about Olmsted, I can see, well, here's a way we can apply the same thing up over here. And so that's where, what I'm seeing as a possibility, and plus getting rid of what is undoubtedly an issue, or is going to be an issue with that school. I think, as landlord already said, they can't grow some crops already because of it. Can't think of anything else right now. I might give you a chance to speak now, Mr. Chair.
Much appreciated. Thank you for the grace. So I'll try to be concise here, but I want to open with my why. I hold listening sessions throughout the district. We had one last night in San Ardo, and the first person who spoke up last night talked about how she works in Watsonville, and normally she can't make these meetings because every single day she drives from San Ardo to Watsonville. And the reason she bought there was the cost of living in tiny San Ardo, right? And I think about a woman who spoke at the last listening session we had in Gonzales, whose name was Anna, who was in tears because she was being evicted from a laundry room where she lived with 3 of her kids and her husband. Those are the people that I think about when I sit up here who can't be here today because they're busy commuting, they're busy working, they're busy wondering how they're going to make next month's rent. And it's about stock. That's what it's about. It's about creating a supply. And the challenge that I have with a lot of the conversations today, it feels like we're trying to get to the floor, right? We're not talking, the numbers we're talking about are not a ceiling. This is a floor. And we're struggling with how to just get to that point when, as Supervisor Alejo said, we were put here to bring change to those people who asked us to be their voice and to speak up for them. And so I'm up here today as their voice. That's what's informing the comments I'm about to make on some of these questions in terms of parcels. The York pieces, keep them in. That's my ask, my recommendation in coincidence with the rest of the board. The Pajaro question, which has now become the Las Lomas question, which has gone from 100 Silman to project lot 60 to all of them, yes, right? I know it's one project, but we've called it by many names today. I want to be clear. It belongs in. To question of lot 1, I agree with Supervisor Church, needs to be put in. We need to find a way to maximize the use of that particular piece, but it makes sense moving forward. We need to find a way, especially, I've always wondered about that particular school that it abuts. For a long time, it was surrounded by strawberries, and I called it out several times off this dais when we had folks that came to us and said, you need to stop planting ag around schools. And I had to remind them, no, we planted schools in the center of agriculture, right? Those fields existed before the school was built. And we know why. It's the cheapest land, right? And they predict where communities are going to grow. And so they plant schools in the middle of crops and create a conflict, right? So at this point, it's created a situation where it's an opportunity to do right by community, to put housing right next to a school. If I'm a child, the ability to walk to school is a blessing. My kids don't have that blessing. They have to jump in a car every morning and be driven. And for families, we can make a decision today that we'll put a parcel in that will allow them to walk to school, walking school buses, ride their bike to school, do it the right way. And so for that reason, I'm supportive, and I hope we look at the lessons from ATP, active transportation programs, and implement them from the outset of the design of those neighborhoods. And then the big question, I know last time Lot 7 was the big argument, the back and forth, and I can only point back to the same comment that to me it's a ceiling question, we're talking about a floor and it's a ceiling, and I think we have to leave it in. If not, getting back to the Tarpey Flat question, we end up in this, well, we're going to be borrowing from one for the other, but we can't half do it. We're either in or we're out. I have a feeling, based on the comments made, that we're going to end up in the same conversation as we heard earlier from Mr. Lorca about the ALUC with this particular parcel. But to get back to Supervisor Daniels' comment earlier, where you have a willing partner, right? And we have had UC sit in this room and say, we are a willing partner. We want to build here. And we want to do it for local families, and we want to do it the right way, and we want to do density. I heard that last time, right, from Mr. Samuels, who sat in this room and made those comments to us. So I am supportive as well of leaving that in at this time based on that. To the Tarpey Flat question, I'm a little confused, right? I understand that with the builder's remedy, we're in a position where something will likely, not to use inevitable, which was the way the question was asked earlier, but likely going to move forward. And much like Supervisor Church said, put in a position where there's a high likelihood we want to do it right. And so if we're going to be put in that position, knowing that there's still questions about the cease and desist and how we manage to allocate water, I think it's worth the conversation to find a way to do it right and get those numbers to a point where they're meaningful with the densities as well, that, as you said, Supervisor Daniel, screen that neighborhood with the trees that we talked about along that frontage. I'd like, Supervisor, ask you, I didn't fully understand your comments about east-west because I wasn't sure which way the map was pointing at the time. So better understanding what your needs were around the particular triangle to make sure visibility was not an issue, I'm happy to listen to and find a way to incorporate. But put in a position, as we have been, given the builder's remedy being part of the equation at this point, I am supportive of continuing the conversation with the assumption of the higher number based on hearing from the majority of the board wanting to do it the right way if we're going to be put in a position to have to do it. And so those are my comments. And with that, I'll open it back to the board for round 2 or 3. Supervisor Church, if you want to go again. Just messing with you.
I just had a question. One comment, just because one area I did forget to comment was just the site 7 versus 53. So for staff, I wish UC Santa Cruz would have sent a representative here today, but you did include they submitted a letter indicating that they are willing and ready to work with the county to develop this site 7 and to work with the county as plans unfold. And so from the memo, it says that this property has a realistic assumption of 932 units on approximately 280 acres. Is that still stand, or did you guys modify that to reduce that amount? And then what's the total? I heard the supervisor ask you on site, compare that to site 53, how many potential units, just compare and contrast?
So I'm going to ask Melanie to look at Site 53 capacity while I address the other comments. On Site 7, UC Santa Cruz, Mr. Samuel has said that they are working towards developing multifamily housing on Site 7, the Blanco Triangle property. There has not been a promise of affordability. There are 930 some units that we have allocated as potential housing opportunities on that 280 plus acre site in our August draft that we submitted to the state. We are recommending that we reallocate numbers on that site. The staff recommendation would be to reduce 930 some units to 533 units. And in doing that, we end up with approximately 400 lower income units, which aligns with the examples of other projects that we've seen throughout the state that have been approved by HCD. The 800 and some units at the lower income levels was a bit high, and we think we may have, without having heard back from the state, we may have a little bit of a back and forth risk with the next review if we don't reallocate some numbers on that site. So we're talking the staff recommendation, reducing the overall total capacity, but keeping the allocation for under SB4 because it's a higher education facility site. It could develop at different densities or different levels of affordability. That would potentially create an issue where we have to identify the no net loss scenarios and maybe add sites midstream if it doesn't develop with higher levels of affordability or we don't have the remaining capacity on other sites. But given the comments from the state on large sites in particular, where we were suggesting to change the unit assumptions from what the August draft had, 900 and some, to 533.
I can answer the question.
Wait, maybe I want to hear from Melika just to speak to the Site 53 contrast, and then certainly would love to hear from my colleague.
Yeah, so just briefly, if you look at Site 53 and Site 7 with the adjusted recommendation to address state comments, if you look at those, essentially they're fairly equivalent in size and units. There are slightly fewer units on Site 53, so it'd be 26 fewer very low units on site 23 under the same assumptions versus site 7. So if you were to eliminate, I ran the quick numbers. If you swap out site 53 instead of site 7, if you add back in both York sites, if you add in Tarpey at the higher density and Sill Road, we have 9 very low units above our 15% buffer. So I did also hear potential for increasing our assumptions on site 1 that could add additional units as well. Okay, and because site 53 is already in the city limits, right? So that's already developable. So I'm hearing don't develop here, develop in here, but that would have likely been a site that would have been prime for development within the city of Marina anyways, right? So yeah, but I'm just saying that it's likely to get developed anyways, and we're negotiating against ourselves by and I get Supervisor Askew's position. That's a city within her jurisdiction. I know she agrees with that, but I'm just saying one scenario is 53 and 7 getting developed to meet future housing needs, and not negotiating ourselves by saying we'll develop 53 or develop 53, don't develop 7, when it's likely if we approve 7 today, 53 will get developed anyways, right? Because it's within that city limits. It's an infill project.
Well, both sites are owned by UCSC.
Right.
And in my conversations with UCSC, they do not have plans, especially within the next 8 years, to develop Site 53.
Okay, so then in that scenario, all right, that wasn't in your memo here. That they took that position against 53 because if they're not wanting to develop 53, then why would we assume that that's where, you know, as we're going to force UC Santa Cruz to develop there instead of 7, where they're signaling 7 is where their focus is going to be. I just we're making assumptions as if certain things are true and making decisions based on that, when in the end, if we approve 53 and Santa Cruz decides not to do anything on there, there's not much we're going to be able to do, versus a project where you are getting a commitment from them and it's more likely to get approved. Why would we not want to carry that parcel out so that we actually realize housing versus one where they have made no commitment to us?
Yeah, I mean, so it's fairly complicated because UCSC has some legislative ability to develop their properties absent the city or county oversight. Mm-hmm. And so they could move forward with development on either one of those sites.
Well, they can.
We as staff were simply looking at, we have a property in the county's jurisdiction, which is a larger property where they were suggesting they were willing and wanting and moving forward with building housing, versus a property in the city that's being offered as an alternative where they're saying they're not prepared to build housing now. Mm-hmm. So that's where our recommendation came out, was keep site 7, but reallocate the numbers based on the state's comments.
Great. Do you want to add anything, Supervisor Askew? They answered it.
Yeah, I would just add that there's a whole bunch of very complex, and as with all of these sites, and so we could spend all day talking about the UC Invest development, the City of Marina's airport plans, the details around downtown planning. We could go into all sorts of details about state housing law, the independent authority of UC Santa Cruz to develop housing on their property, the conversations that have been taking place and will continue to take place. What I'm very clearly saying is that we have an opportunity to engage in best practices around housing development. We have an opportunity to partner with the city to develop housing within the boundaries of the city, where we have where we would be able to have low-income housing built within walkable communities, within climate-oriented development, within partnership with the city. That's not a common opportunity that many of our cities are offering us. And I'm suggesting that it would be well within our best interest to take advantage of this opportunity. UC Santa Cruz has every right to develop their triangle parcel regardless of whether it's in our housing element or not. By including it in the housing element, we're telling the city of Marina that we don't care about their concerns. We're telling the city of Marina that we are not aligned with every effort that they've been making to try to do city-centered development, to try to make investments in infill development, to try to make economic investments in their airport development. We're ignoring the fact that the development that UC Santa Cruz is talking about on that parcel doesn't include low-income housing. So we're setting ourselves up for not meeting our RHNA numbers. I'm suggesting that we make good planning practices, that we put low-income housing in a community where it can best have people's needs met, and that we express and engage in good partnership activities. I think the other piece of this is that when you have properties that are placed on a housing element, is it 2 or 3 cycles in a row, that opens up different sets of by right development applications. And so my interest is to protect this property for the right kind of development as we move forward. We do want to make sure that this is absolutely an appropriate parcel for the right development as we move forward, and we want to make sure that it's available for our community to be able to invest in as we move forward into the future and future planning cycles. Putting it on this particular planning cycle right now, housing element, when we have an alternative option, it's irresponsible planning. So I appreciate my colleagues. I appreciate the city's commitment to trying to work with us and continuing to try to work with us. So with that, I'm happy to make a motion.
Wait, I was speaking. I only asked you a question because you wanted to chime in on my questions. But I would say, because I supported Site 7 last time, after hearing what I just heard, I'm going to stick with it. Because on the alternative, it's like picking and choosing partners. Like, we said, it's important to side with Marina. And I said, just because we get a perspective from another local government entity doesn't mean that we're not listening to them. I mean, we might respectfully disagree. On the flip side, I said, I also want to partner with UC Santa Cruz. If they got a parcel and they're going to put the funding to develop it, why would we tell UC Santa Cruz, we don't want to partner with you? I think they're important as well in our county. And maybe I'm wrong, but why wouldn't Site 7 have the 20% affordable under the inclusionary housing ordinance? Even if they haven't made a formal commitment on what numbers may look like, wouldn't that be a requisite minimum?
Yeah, so we've used the SB 4, Senate Bill 4 allocation of the 533 units, 75% would be in lower income.
No, but outside this before,
right.
If that's not that analysis is not utilized,
in the
our inclusionary housing ordinance would require the minimum of.
It would, but I'm not. So UCSC has said they want to be good partners, and so I think they have some legal rights to go above us and through the state architect's office, but they want to be good partners with local jurisdictions, including the city and the county. So they're looking at building multifamily housing. Their lens on that is in support of UC Santa Cruz opportunities. So the build out of, a university-oriented use in the future, they're looking at housing as being an opportunity to house their faculty, their students, and potentially develop some revenue sources to help build out other university-based kind of improvements on the property they own in Monterey County.
Well, I look forward just to get a more detailed analysis, whether it's going to be to meet all their I mean, we got CSUMB next door, right? Their campus is pretty a far distance down Highway 1. But I just looked at it also from a different lens. You know, you had Joby Aviation bringing 600 more jobs. When we lost the contract to Ohio, housing was their number one issue for the workforce. And here you have a parcel that would, if some of it were to be open to other types of workforce like Joby Aviation, it would make perfect sense to have housing closest to work and not would they be able to walk or bike to work versus putting more cars on the road. That's the last I'll say on that. Thank you.
So one I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels, but one clarifying question. I remember in reading the report, I don't remember if it was 7 or 53, but didn't one of them have an issue with contamination? Do we know which one it was and what the issue was?
Yeah, so there's a portion of Site 53 in the city of Marina that has some remediation still happening from a plume from the former landfill site on former Fort Ord.
Okay. Okay, I knew it was one of them. I just wasn't sure which one. I'm going to go to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. With the, how to start this, first question would be, it sounds like UCSC has the opportunity to do whatever they want with the property, whether they're in the housing element or out. Is there a specific benefit they're looking for to be in the housing element for Site 7 that they wouldn't be afforded anyway with the state legislation?
Being in the housing element comes with a number of policies and programs and benefits for housing development. The CEQA coverage, the preference for water allocations, in this case Fort Ord water allocations, not water management district allocations. And I think what we're looking at is it is part of the former Fort Ord base reuse plan, base closure plan that was planned development mixed use that has been slated for development and is fallowed ag land for a long period of time. So it's also kind of central between Marina and Salinas. And so with UCSC interest in developing that property with some housing and potentially other university-oriented uses, we thought we could include that in our housing element to show that we have planned for housing opportunities to meet our RENA plus buffer.
And with what you're proposing today, whether it's Site 53 or Site 7, but in particular now to Site 7, is that it would be an SB4 number in terms of the density, and we would reduce it to deal with the lot size issue that was in the state letter, large lot size issue in the state letter.
Yeah, so I mean, it would be even more defensible if we were to say inclusionary housing 80-20 mix. We are trying to find that balance from prior direction at this board to really focus on higher levels of affordability. We had taken the total unit potential and allocated them essentially in the same ratio that we got our RENA allocation in. 1/3 at the very low level, another third at the low and moderate level, and then a third above. So the state is saying, reconsider how you allocate those units or justify it. So we used Senate Bill 4 to say if a higher education facility or religious institution site, they can develop by right a project that is 75% lower, which is very low and low, 20% moderate, and 5% above moderate. And if they do that, it's by right, and we have an example of another project where that was accepted by the state.
Great.
So we're sort of in the middle on our recommendation on that. Would be much easier to defend the 533 with 20% affordability, but we think that we have examples that we can justify the SB4 unit. In reality, I don't know that it will develop at the SB4 allocations.
And they have that right.
Yeah. So,
Just
so it's all a unit assumption, and what we're trying to do to accomplish our goals here.
And I'll just express one more time my concern with the 80/20, which is what's a house going for in East Garrison right now, market rate, which is close by.
Close to $1 million. Yeah.
$1.5 million. Yeah, so that's what we'd likely get in that regard, in that location as well. We haven't talked much about, and I had mentioned it, but I don't know where my colleagues are with the assumptions that were being asked to change for sites 24. It sounds like we addressed site 1. They both were asked to decrease the density, and I just put it out there that, again, site 24 was in the general plan. It was identified as an affordable housing overlay. The time to change that density would have been during that time. I really would make the appeal to continue with the recommendation of the original. And are you saying, Mr. Spencer, that you guys are concerned the state may have a problem with that?
Yeah, so that's another large non-vacant site.
Okay.
It is in agriculture. It is privately owned. It is an affordable housing overlay site. We have 2 pre-applications for development on that site. None of them are more than 80/20, and they will have to have some agricultural mitigation and, a number of factors. They'll have to make it profitable for a private developer. We don't know that we would be successful in supporting what we put forward in the RENA allocation in the August draft. We can continue to try and justify that, but not having heard back from the state and trying to be pragmatic about what we think we can justify. Those 2 sites in agricultural production, site 1, large sites, and site 24, those are both privately held and likely not to develop at levels higher than our inclusionary.
And if I can just add to that, just for a little bit of clarity.
So I want to move us quickly. I want to acknowledge this was for a half hour. We're going on to hour 3 of this.
And I want to I know you got something important to say, but I'll just say that I recognize that the conundrum is we got to get this housing element over the finish line, and we've got to get it submitted to the state. And so I will defer to your belief that this is got the higher likelihood. Melanie crunched the numbers, and we were above the 15%, it sounded like, for the buffer. So the only additional thing I will throw out, and I think I'm on the same page as everybody, is that perhaps the issue with the 2 marina sites is irrelevant, and we could just let UC move forward on their own if there isn't consensus about what to do, and not include either. I'm just throwing that out there. But I don't know if that was part of the math that was done. And I can also read the room in terms of what's happening with Tarpey Flats and where my colleagues are. And so if I were just to reiterate my concern, we don't have a critical viewshed policy on Highway 68, but it is a scenic corridor. And so my request would be, if you are concentrating the development on the western portion of the property and dedicating the rest to scenic protections, that you ensure that a very small triangle on the edge of the property is protected. And that's something that the county can work out with the developer. But, you don't currently see housing as you're driving west, and it would be a very easy fix to ensure that the dense development doesn't push into that corner. And I'm not a proponent of adding trees to block the development. It is a critical prairie land, it's open grassland, and it should stay that way. And I think you could easily continue to shield the development from the scenic corridor by just ensuring that that very small corner of the property does not get built.
Right. So I don't know that we need a motion. I think we're looking for general direction, and we've given a lot of direction. Is there a specific piece you want to try to see if you have consensus around?
Yeah.
Or a majority?
Yeah, I was going to just summarize
Sure.
where I think we're at. So motion to submit our updated draft housing element to the state with the following directions. So updating our program and policies as recommended by the state, adding the encouragement language to support working class construction workers as proposed by local labor, retaining sites 46 and 47, the York School sites, with the appropriate land use condition language added, retaining site 48, which is the Los Lomas site with the alternative western siting as was discussed, adding the 1101 Olmsted Road site conditional on the project description as outlined in Brett Salma's February 4th letter, with the scenic protections as described by Supervisor Daniels on the triangle portion of the property, removing site 7 in favor of keeping site 53 with contingent on MOU with the City of Marina to capture RENA allocation as offered in their December 2024 letter, accepting the staff recommendation on site 1 to develop the entire acreage with higher density, and those, I got the sites 46 and 47.
What did we decide on 24 there then? Is that?
24 included in the density piece?
Yeah, sorry, and yes, and 24 to unit assumptions, the higher density unit assumptions for site 24.
So one question to staff on the 753, the math, the numbers do they work with 53?
I think 53 would not, it would be very close, but wouldn't work.
Okay. I won't be able to support it for that reason. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second to the motion?
I just had a question. Did you count 48 in that initial number? I wasn't sure if you did. You did?
Yeah, so I just to be clear, with that summary right there, and I'm going to clarify 2 points, but with that summary for the motion, with 53 instead of site 7, that does meet the 15% with some units to share. I did want to clarify, however, for site 1, what I heard was increase the capacity assumption for the whole acreage, not the 50%, but keep it at the higher density. That will actually give us some more affordable units and give us a little bit more of a buffer. So with that, quick math, I think that puts us at about 40 units, 30 to 40 above our 15% minimum buffer.
Okay.
Can I ask one point of clarification? On the York School sites, we are keeping them, are we split zoning? No. Okay.
I think we can address that as we go through the process and come back to the LUC on when there is a project proposed, and we can figure it out then. Right, that was the understanding I got from Supervisor Daniels' comments.
I think I agree on everything except I think I'd like to hear where the other colleagues stand on 53 versus 7.
So I'll make a motion to approve everything as stated except for the question of 7 and 53.
I'll second that.
Okay, so.
And we can just take a separate vote on that.
Right, on those now.
Yeah.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that leaves the question of 7 and 53.
So I'll go with 53 if we can get the same deal out of Marina as we got out of Salinas. That's where I'm standing at on that, which we did on the Eden housing.
That's the offer on the table from Marina, and that's as stated in their December letter. It says, for the aforementioned reasons, the City of Marina urges the county to identify a less impactful, more sensible development site. One potential site is parcel owned by UC Regents. The county could use to meet its RENA allocation. It's outlined in the letter. So, and we've had staff offer that.
And I there's nothing stopping UCSC from going ahead on 7 anyway at this point.
Okay, so was that a motion? I haven't heard a motion on that yet.
Yeah, it was my original motion, but yes, I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I just want to say I can't support it because of the lack of intent to develop and the pollution at this point, but understand that.
And I also take that lack of intent to develop to heart. But if staff is assuring us that UC Santa Cruz could still move forward on a separate track, despite whatever we decide today, I think that makes me feel more comfortable with that. So I think I could support it. Send a branch of goodwill to City Marina.
All right. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, 1 nay. All right, motion carries. Is there anything else staff needs direction on to wind up the day?
Thank you.
That was a great half-hour presentation. All right, thank you, everybody. With that, it looks like we have about 2 hours of business left. It's 4:11, so we do have several presenters left in the crowd. We're going to jump into the next one, which is to receive a presentation on the Monterey County Children's Council fiscal year 23-24. We're going to go to Chair Jose Ramirez, and I think Sonia Kohler's going to join him. All right. All right, the floor is yours, Jose.
Thank you. Do we have the presentation? Come here. There we go. Well, it's not the slides, but do you want to? So we'll go ahead and get started. So good afternoon, Chair Chris Lopez, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jose Ramirez, Chief Probation Officer. So we are here to present on the Monterey County Children's Council Annual Report Overview for 2023 and 2024. So why an annual report is important? The annual report was created to help our communities understand the needs of our children, youth, and in order to build community commitment to meet these needs. It is the local and state snapshot documenting the status of our children and youth. The annual report is intended to help community members make informed decisions with regard of public safety issues, volunteer efforts, and support of nonprofit organizations. The annual report has 4 goals. 1, to serve as a benchmark to measure how children and youth are faring overall or over time, to serve as a catalyst to mobilize community-wide efforts to address the most critical challenges to children and youth circumstances, to recognize areas of which services and initiatives have been successful in improving children and youth quality of life in order to maintain continued support for these efforts. So some data highlights, there's 2 indicators that did not update or we didn't have the updated data available, and we will bring those back in fiscal 24-25. And that was licensed children care and educational cost and licensed child care and education. So an exclusive summary, when an indicator has been assessed as stable, that means that the trend line is flat, indicating that there's not much change or inconsistency on the data figures. On the other hand, when an indicator is assessed as fluctuating, this means that the data figures are, yes. Sorry.
Yesterday you were saying, I'm going to school with a thumb drive, so.
Yeah, that's right. So I'll go ahead and just, for the sake of time, I'll continue, and then they'll catch it up. So the next thing, as an assessment of increasing and referrals to high numbers in the value of data and assessing of decreasing refers to low numbers in the value of data. When looking at the assessments of increasing and decreasing, please keep in mind that the terms reflect how the rate of number in each trend is changing. They do not indicate improving or worsening. For the sake of time, we're not going to go over each indicator in detail, but rather only highlight some successes in the trends. So a few that we pointed out was children in foster care, which is on page 9 of the report, has decreased. Another is a digital divide, which is on page 10 of the report, has decreased significantly, down to only 6.8% of households in Monterey County now having an internet subscription at home. This is thanks to the support of collaborating services providers in our county that support reduced cost internet to eligible income families and extension of broadband infrastructure supported by the greater South County, where communities such as San Ardo now have access to internet. Okay, so a few things, a couple other indicators or things to point out. Low birth weight, which is on page 11, is stable. This can be a direct correlation of early prenatal care access. A couple other indicators or highlights is the juvenile misdemeanor and felony arrests, which is on page 31. As you can see, the trend from 2020 to 2022 and 23, the number of misdemeanors have increased and the felony arrests have also increased. As a risk factor, early offenders recidivate at higher rates often well into adulthood. Another indicator is suicide among youth, which is on page 32 and 33, is shown as fluctuating, but there is a difference between 2020 being at 4.3% of suicide in Monterey County occurred among children less than 18 years of age to 2.2% in 2024. This shows a positive path and the importance of awareness and access in mental health support to their youth. Few others indicators, the total enrollment in Monterey County public schools, which is on page 15, has shown declining since 2017-18. At the same time, the percentage of socioeconomic disadvantaged students, homeless students, which is on page 6, students with disabilities, and has also been increasing, which is also, that's on page 16. Graduation rates, which is on page 22, exceed those in California without dropout rates continue to decline and remain below the level of California. So one of the slides that we had up here, or would have had up here, is the report. It's always good to have a slide and show the initiatives and the programs that have started out in the Children's Council. And with that in mind, I'll be turning it over to Sonia Kohler, Director of Bright Beginnings, and she'll continue with the presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Lopez, Supervisors, CEO, Council, and my fellow community members. I'm Sonia Kohler. It's a privilege to be the Director of the Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Initiative. And also several of our key initiative partners are here, or at least were here, such as United Way, Social Services, Office of Education, MBEP, and our fiscal sponsor, First 5 Monterey County. A special thank you goes to our co-chairs, Dr. Ed Moreno, Public Health Officer, and Francine Rod, Executive Director of First 5, who share their wisdom in guiding our work. And of course, to the County of Monterey Health Department, who generously supports this work in many ways. It's an honor to be here today to share a few of the highlights of 23-24, a hopefully uplifting glimpse into our progress to inspire ongoing momentum. We can go ahead a few slides. You'll see where the bright one is with the child. Let's give everyone a nice smile. Oh, you're the next slide down. There you go. Perfect. Nothing like a smile to bring us back to what's real. Not scrambling for a presentation. So if you, the Bright Beginnings Early Child Initiative was launched by the Children's Council over a decade ago, bringing greater attention, resources, and innovation to the systems that serve the holistic development of all young children and their families. This, it's gone. It'll come back. I'm going to skip over the theoretical aspects, the Venn diagrams, the charts, and go straight to our stories of success. So if you go to the number 12, if you can, one chart. Because really, this is really good news. As you can see here, in our most recent data about school readiness shows that children are more likely to meet the readiness thresholds across all developmental domains than they were when we launched the initiative. To increase that has been our big goal. It makes me think we're doing something right, even in the advent of COVID, floods, fires, political upheavals of the last few years and months. Yesterday at the Children's Council, First Five presented on the forthcoming State of Systems report with a more detailed look at the data that shows that when we look at the number of children that are just below that threshold, that readiness threshold, we jump to 2/3 of all children, going from just over 1/4 to 2/3. That means we're on the cusp of making truly significant change for our youngest. It inspires me to keep the momentum going to ensure all children in Monterey County have what they need to thrive. So a few concrete examples. We can go to the next slide. The Mamás de Salinas Abogan, we've seen many of them here in the chambers. We supported 25 civic engagement capacity building opportunities, such as participating in the Parent Power Summit through Central Coast Advocacy Network. Also training on strategy for outreach and messaging in order to do their advocacy work. On the top right, you'll see the partners of the Maternal Mental Health Task Force receiving the county's proclamation recognizing National Maternal Mental Health Awareness Week here in Monterey County, including the Health Department, Reyes y Carino, Centro Binacional, Mamás de Salinas Abogan. All the way to the right, at the top right, you'll see Jackie, a mama of a few years. As we were walking out, I caught her eye. She had tears and a radiant smile. She said, "This is my first time here in the chambers. I can't wait to tell my son. He'll be so proud. Before the mamas, I never imagined I could do this, that I could be part of the governmental process." We'll hear from another mama during public comment. She wants to share her story as well. She works during the day and can't make it to take a break here, so my colleague Iris will read her words. We can click to the next two. We'll get through some. Here we go. Maternal Mental Health Awareness Week. It happens every year. It's coming up. The Mamás de Salinas have been a great inspiration. Last year, we had over 140 people coming out into 4 different walks in our community in Castroville, Salinas, Greenfield, Monterey. We expect to have at least that many this year. We warmly invite you to join us. We'll get you that information as soon as it's released. The next slide, please. Also, in the Maternal Mental Health Task Force, the doula committee helped to launch a doula hub, connecting pregnant women on Medi-Cal with a doula, a best practice to improve birthing outcomes, especially for people of color. We hope to extend the hub's ability to provide more vital professional development next year and to build a professional connection to expand the network, and also to offer trainings in the county, helping to fill a gap in services across the country. for birthing families. On the top right, again, we see the mamas showing off their certificates after receiving training through Parenting Connection for the Mom and Baby Circles, offering important peer-based services in our community to support maternal mental health. Next slide, please. In partnership with United Way, Door to Hope, and MAOF, we sponsored a CPR training certifying 51 informal child caregivers. Next time, we hope to open that up to our new family child care home Promotora model participants as well. 2 of our mamas are currently helped us pilot that program for startups for child care, and one of them has already opened up their home. So we've moved over the years from building capacity to actually building capacity to offer services. So capacity from advocacy to capacity for services. And through a recent sponsorship by the Monterey County Business Council, we're scaling up a lot of these Promotora startup models. Next slide. We've had 2 enrollment fairs in Greenfield since we were last here, and with high completion rates for enrollment, 89% of families attending completed the enrollment on time. Next slide. Here you can see Chair Lopez center stage at the Monterey Bay State of the Region, sharing new child care data. And a lot of our work in the last year has been a lot of our work is to bring childcare forward as a pillar in a thriving economy, finding the intersections between workforce, residential, and commercial development. And I hope we can find ways to make sure childcare is included when we're building some of the housing we've just been talking about. Families need childcare close to home. Next slide. So these are just a few of the images and the numbers and stories of our impact over the last year. Our reach has been bigger than ever. We saw nearly 2/3 of our children are ready for school. And to help those children pass that threshold to readiness, we can't pause. We must persevere. We need to think long-term, innovative solutions for childcare like startups, co-ops, facilities. We also need to meet the moment with crisis care as families are facing real threats to their safety, like an unstable market, retraction of equal rights, deportation, and family separation. We, the Partners for Bright Beginnings, are here for our families, and we're here for you as you make decisions on what is needed in our community. Thank you.
So that concludes our presentation. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Hey, Chief, I'm going to bring it here to the dais, see if there's any questions from the dais.
Just a comment. I want to thank you for this report. A lot of good info on here for us to use throughout the year, going from expulsion rates, numbers of homeless youth under the federal definition, McKinney-Vento. But it was even other things that are not often talked about, like suicide rates. You saw that during the pandemic, 2020, 2021. It was definitely a spike there, and you're able to see, how when we talk about those services for young people, how that's important. This is a good guide of that, so we have to keep those numbers as down as possible year-round. But a lot of good info. So I just wanted to thank it's a great presentation, and I want to appreciate you highlighting to the public these different things that we are looking at and the information we could use to create best opportunities for our young people in our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the presentation. A few little blips here too, of course, which always kind of interferes, but obviously real important matter, and some really good data in the presentation, and it's the whole presentation is really rich, just with data and good positive data, and going to thank you for your time and putting it together and sharing it with everybody. Thanks.
All right. Supervisor Eskew.
as our board rep on the Children's Council, although I don't get to attend many meetings because it is on Mondays, and Mondays, as we all know, are so challenging trying to prepare for our Tuesday board meetings. I just want to acknowledge how much time and effort goes into not just what's presented in this report and in this annual report, but into the collaboration that occurs at the Children's Council meetings, and the sidebar conversations and the coordination, and just the relationship building that then allows for so many other incredible good things to happen throughout the county. The trust building that happens in those spaces allows for us to respond in times of crisis. I think it was what allowed us to navigate through COVID and through so many other really challenging situations. For me, when I look at the report, it's, we've been, the dates go back to 2013, 2014. And for so many of these data points, the ones that for me, I'm looking at education level of mother, early prenatal care, low birth weight, and we see, it's slow, but it's steady, and we've seen consistent increases in our outcomes, and it seems like it's not a lot of increase, but for every percentage increase that you have in, access to early prenatal care, it's because of sustained, focused, coordinated effort that's happening in spaces where everyone's coming together. So I just want to say thank you. I celebrate every time I get this particular report, and we know that when we're doing better for our children and our parents and the mothers, that across the board, it's easier for our teachers. We have better outcomes at every point in the child's life. My only other comment is in the coming year and in the coming years, I think as we're anticipating reductions in Medicaid dollars, we know who those cuts are going to hit. It's going to be our women. Monterey County has approximately twice the average a rate of moms who have Medicaid care for their prenatal care. We have half of our kids are on Medicaid for access to their health care, their preventative health care. And so when these cuts come, they're going to touch our kids. Whether it's housing, whether it's food access, whether it's health care, Children's Council is going to be one of the first that I think feels and sees the impact of those cuts. So if you need to come back here to report before the next annual report, please do keep us posted as we're seeing where and how we need to be responsive to the degree that we can, so that we can make sure that we're doing what we can to protect and mitigate the impacts of what we anticipate to be hits coming. Thanks.
Supervisor Daniels.
Yeah, this, just to echo my colleagues, this is my first annual report, and in the spirit of knowledge is power, this is something I feel, oftentimes I recycle what's on my desk. I will not be recycling this document, and I will bring it back to the office. And while so much of the data that is in it is showing positive changes, it also is a really incredible blueprint for what is possible in terms of, strengthening our most, not just vulnerable, but it's an opportunity in what I see in this report to really improve and strengthen Monterey County by improving the lives of our children and their success. So this is really exciting, and thank you.
All right, let's go out to the public on this. Invite the public to share public comments. Seeing nobody coming forward in the room, we'll go to Zoom.
Yes, Iris Gamez.
Iris, we'll go ahead and give you the floor. You have a minute and a half.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Iris Gamez, and I will be reading the following public comment from Carmen de Rocio, a member of Salinas de Mamás Salinas Abogan. My name is Carmen de Rocio. I'm a mother of a 3-year-old boy, and I live in the community of Castroville, and I am part of the community group Mamás Salinas Abogan, whose priority is to give value to early childhood development. Mamas is powered by the Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Development Initiative. My comment today is for more investment in and recognition of organizations and programs that support providers in starting their childcare business. They give value to our homes that are resource areas for childcare, promote the well-being of children, and they also support the growth of a more prosperous economy, not only for providers' families, but for the families that are being cared for. I just got my childcare license a few months ago with the support of Bright Beginnings. The organization supported me while I took the Nurture program, an accelerated childcare licensing virtual program. They made it possible for me to see myself now with the business of my own and building healthier families through my childcare. I ask my board to please look at organizations like Bright Beginnings, what they're doing, and invest in these solutions. Our advocacy group, Las Mamás, is a volunteer group of moms who, in addition to being supported by this organization, are also supporting the goals of ourselves. To have cared for children and families, we have healthier communities and a healthier economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. Anybody else via Zoom? All right, seeing no other hands up, we're going to close public comment and bring it back. I think in wrapping here, I just want to point out that we've been able to cut the digital divide in half in Monterey County since 2020, from 12% of homes with no access to the internet down to 6%. Right. There's fentanyl deaths are down, graduation rates are up. There's a lot to be excited about in this report, and I just want to thank all the partners who make it possible and who help move the needle, because often year over year, you can't really feel it because the numbers are so small, but seeing it in a concrete report like this really helps bring it home. So thank you for your work. Thank you for seeing it through. And I look forward to getting that 6 down to 0 here soon as we continue our work together to bring access to all of our families. So thank you for today's report.
Thank you.
Right. With that, we'll conclude the item. And once again, thank you for that. And go to our next item on today's agenda, which is our financial forecast. Debbie Palinelli will give you the floor.
There it is. Okay. Good morning, Debbie Palinelli, Assistant CAO. I'm here to present the county's 3-year forecast. I just want to kind of point out, like before I start, that this is a point in time, right? So this was as of December 31st. And I even have a slide in here that has subsequent events. So these numbers swing back and forth quite a bit. So I just wanted to start, with that before we went forward. And I also wanted to, why did it go away?
There it is. There.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So, and I also wanted to start with one correction. It's in your packet. It's on page 21 of the long report that you got. There is a correction. I had listed some departments that are going to come in as a deficit in that paragraph, not in the table. Those are the wrong departments. The DA and probation are not coming in at a deficit. I looked at the wrong table when I did it. But I will go through a slide on who is coming in at a deficit later. So, discussion for today is I'm going to start with the general fund, have some year-end estimates and forecast overview, do some revenue trends and expenditure trends, and then a few other funds, and then next steps on where we are with the budget. So this is an overview of the current year and the forecast for the next 3 years. So it looks like we're coming in favorable for this year by $13 million, but I do want to point out that 8.5 of that million is an assigned fund for Natividad for their new computer system. It just hasn't been moved to assigned yet because it's still in the current year. When you look at it, the forecast years, they are showing that we are going to be in a $43.3 million deficit in 2025, which grows to 67.4 and 93.6 in the next 2 years. I do want to say that these numbers that we put in this forecast, they are very conservative, and I'll kind of go over some of our forecasting and how we work on them. So they are conservative numbers. They don't usually tend. I know those numbers look shocking. I don't want to be running in here like Chicken Little and the sky is falling. So, but I do want to point out that there is concern, but it doesn't always come in at that amount. For the general fund revenue, as always, it goes up every year. So it's estimated increase by $23.1 million in 24-25 compared to the actuals in 23-24, and the non-program revenue is expected to decrease compared to 24-25, but that's because there's one-time ARPA money in there, and we don't plan on receiving that. And we actually don't budget for any ARPA or one-time money and make any projections like that in future years, so it's just kind of what we know at the time. So our discretionary revenue here is ongoing non-program revenue in blue and federal aid other. So you can see how it drops from 61 to 32 between fiscal year 24 and 25. That is because of the ARPA money once again. And that there is a projected increase for the next years, and that's basically because of property tax revenue increase projections. So speaking of property tax, it's our #1 revenue generator for general fund discretionary revenues. It had the most significant growth occurring in 23-24. Further projections have increased, and I'll just a little bit on how we project property tax revenue. For an example, for this year, we use 3.5%. It might come in higher, usually doesn't come in much lower than that. And to be conservative in outer years, we use about a 3% increase. We don't really want to do much higher than that. We don't want to be in, the recession time where we were looking at very small increases or no increases. So a little more comfortable just projecting out at a 3% and have a little bit left over falling to fund balance if we need it at the end of the year for one-time projects. TOT, which you'll sometimes hear me say TOT because I come from a county that called it TOT, so don't laugh if I say it, is our second source of our second biggest source of discretionary revenue, and it's also one of the most volatile. So you can see during COVID, it dropped pretty drastically there and then came back up. It's been pretty flat since then, and when we project these revenues, we project in the outer years about 1% each year. Cannabis has had its troubles. Obviously, it started off pretty well and then has gone down every year. And in the next year, we even projected it a little lower than this year. This year, we were expecting about 3.6. So far, as of February 18th, we have received $2.7 million in cannabis revenues. Expenditures. So on to expenditures. So they're continuing to grow at a faster rate than revenue. The current year estimates that we will be 7.3% below budget. But we have them continuing to grow in the outer years, and that's mainly because of specific cost drivers that I'll be going over in each of the next slides. So one of the cost drivers, right, is positions. So if you look over the years, these are however positions have increased. Since 2020, we've increased about 246 positions over the last 6 years, and it's not just wages. And as you go through the next few slides, you'll kind of see how wages are a piece of it. Wages are a piece of it, but also positions add to the wage increase. Salaries, this is the salary expectation for the next few years, and this year is expected increase, estimated grow to $335.2 million, an increase of $30.6 million from the 2023 years, fiscal year 23-24. Although most of this is due to labor negotiation, wage studies, cost of living increases, there is that little piece that I told you that is about total positions. Obviously, if you add positions, you will increase your salaries. So that makes sense in an overall picture. In the gray and the green, the gray is what we use for the forecast. That represents a salary savings of a 2% vacancy rate. That is a conservative rate. I think every department would be very happy if they had a 2% vacancy rate, but that's what we use for the forecast in those numbers. Health insurance. So health insurance is projected at $70.7 million at the end of 24-25, represents an 11.4% increase over the prior year. This rate isn't just growing just because of the cost of health insurance, because the cost of health insurance is growing for sure, but it's also because of negotiated labor agreements where we have contributed more to employees' health care. So it's kind of a twofold. It's not just one issue on there, or one contribution. General liability and workers' compensation, you can see how those are trend, and they trend up. We do use a increase factor for workers' comp of 10% and for liability of 15%. Those are on there that they're going to go up, but if we have good years where our experience rate is low for workers' comp, or we don't use as much of our liability insurance, those rates could go down, but we just assume that they're going to go up by 10 and 15%. So just trying to give you an overall picture of where those big numbers are coming from in the end, that these are the assumptions that we make as we go. General fund cost drivers. So this is contributions. So I'm going to have a more detailed list on these contributions, but these are basically what we contribute to other entities. Of course, the blue is the road fund. You can see that big increase, went up 3.3 million, and this was the direction to contribute 25% of the TOT to the road fund. And so that was that increase on there. And then also we went back to the formula approach to the DSAs, which added a 0.2 million. And I'm going to go over this next slide. So this is the year 25 adopted, and then the baseline. And I just want to point one thing out on this. So what we're going to do for baseline this year. So we're moving kind of everything over into the baseline, but on the TOT money, instead of just coming back every time, and we're leaving all the formulas the same in the baseline as they were last year for the 4 entities, but just adding in the 4 that we usually give to anyway, instead of making it some big discussion. I think that, everybody here always agrees that that's okay to leave those in there and just fund them going forward, or for at least this year, and include them in the baseline. Including also in this, because I know you might look at this and say, well, the number on the prior slide doesn't match this number. The rest of the formula is Prop 172 to the cities and fire districts. Pension costs. Yeah, pension costs grow every single year. If you notice, the blue line is the normal cost. That stays pretty steady. That's, of course, what the county shares with the employees of the normal cost of business. The yellow will be the gains and losses of the funds. These are the numbers that we use that PERS gives us to project. Of course, these numbers can go up and down on market volatility and quite frankly, how good our investments are at PERS and how well our investment managers are doing with our funds. So those are projected to go up every year. As you can see, good years, bad years can definitely influx those numbers, but they are amortized over 15 years, so the hits aren't as big as they would be if it was in all 1 year. Some emerging needs that we need. We have the wage study adjustments that are out, looking at those for about 6.4 in 2025 and 6.2 in 2026. Salary increases 2.3 the rest of this year, 29.7 and 31 in the outer year, and then the PERS contribution increases. And then what's not on this slide is, keep in mind that we do have natural disasters that continue to happen that contribute to our needs of the county. Strategic reserve. So strategic reserve, as you know, we have a policy for strategic reserve to be 10% of general fund revenue and 10% of the general fund revenue 5 years from the event. So right now we are sitting at about 61.9%, and we need to be at about 89 million. So there is some general fund that needs to be caught up there. If you look at the chart below, those are the current outstanding reimbursements from FEMA. So if those come in and we can deposit them directly back in the strategic reserve, that would be great. But there's been some uncertainty about getting FEMA reimbursements, and the timing of it's been a little slow. So we probably don't want to count on that 100%, but just knowing that those are out there and available to put back if we do receive them. So here's the departmental performances of where they're coming in right now, and this is where I say I have the wrong ones listed. So the 3 biggest ones are the Health Department, Public Works Facilities and Parks, and Social Services. You can see the amounts that they're coming in on the right, coming in over budget. There's a couple of subsequent events that are happening with these that I'm going to go over in the next slide. So since this report, the departments have looked at their budgets a little closer, and the sheriffs, due to timing issues, their deficit was they were almost even, but now they're looking at being closer to $7.6 million short, or and up to $44.4 million in future years. The health department had a $5.4 million gap, but they have identified some new fee-for-service revenue, so they're hoping to be able to close that gap, or at least reduce it. Social services prior year ended, they ended in $6.5 million deficit due to delayed revenue. So the revenue just came in after year end. So they're going to be giving that back this year. So I didn't put, that's not in the forecast because it's actually to prior year, but we'll receive it this year. So if these items were all realized, we'd actually have a more favorable impact of $4.3 million if everything in the slide worked. But like I said, in 1 month time, it went from one to another. I don't know. Until everything's over, I don't know that I count on all of it, but that's kind of where it's sitting at the moment. Some other funds, the library is projected to use a little bit of their fund balance for the Pajaro and Gonzales branches. Emergency communications projected to reduce by approximately $19,000. And then the cost rising in forecast years due to escalating salaries, pensions, and health insurance costs. Natividad net position projected to increase from operations by about $13.4 million, but decrease in the forecasted years. Lake Resort net position projected to decrease from $3.3 million to $3.1 million, but expected to rise by $4.1 million due to adjustments in assets from ongoing lake projects. And Laguna Seca is projected to end the year with $28.8 million in ending net position, with 2.4 is unrestricted. And there's the actual tables for each one of these funds in the big long document, in the big document. Road fund, sometimes I like to think of road fund when the fund balance goes down as a good thing. That means that they had a good year of getting projects done. Obviously, it fluctuates a lot depending on materials, labor, weather, everything can affect the road fund. So they look like they're going down about 18 million this year, but like I said, they had a bunch of projects going on, and they did a seal coat, and they had some salary and benefit increases that kind of went along with that, but they fluctuate depending on the activity, so that one I wouldn't read too much into. Behavioral health, the current year expenditures are estimated at $182.6 million and revenues at $175.5 million. Estimated decrease in fund balance of $7.1 million. The expenditures are projected to be $11.9 million above budget due to construction of the mental health rehabilitation center that we're working on, Pearl Street renovation, and the salaries and benefits. So the next steps. In the next coming weeks, staff is going to start analyzing the baseline budgets and then find out where there's budget flexibility, funding gaps, and potential to their entire budget. March 21st, we'll be doing a department head budget workshop with our department and the department heads. We will then bring the results of those two activities to the Board of Supervisors budget workshop on March 25th, and then back for budget hearings on May 28th and through 29th. Are there any questions?
Questions? Supervisor Church?
Doesn't look real promising for the next few years. So, and I know you're taking a real conservative approach on some of these, which is good. Out of things, is there how to put it in a way? But is there anything in particular that you think, from looking down here, might be most likely to turn up? I'm going to ask you that question first, then I'm going to ask you another question, which will be more of a negative one. Try to look at the good one.
You know, a couple things. I know that fund balance will probably come in. There'll be a rollover fund balance to use. I'm hoping that we could do a little different approach with that next year and use that rollover fund balance instead of spending it all in December, kind of roll it forward and see what we need to use with that, or, use it for things that we identify at this point. But yeah, like I said, property taxes are estimated very low. And so are salary savings. So those two right there kind of give a little cushion in its own. So, and then, and our things are higher. Our estimates are higher than they normally are. So those numbers always come in really big. I expect it to be challenging, but hoping for the best and that they're not going to be that big numbers. But, you know, if there's a downturn in the economy or, you know, really know, you know.
Well, that was my second question. So thanks for leading into it, because there's talk of, you know, potential recession and in those circumstances, it would be even worse, I assume.
Correct. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Now, on that cheery note, I'll pass it over to some of the board members.
Great. Supervisor Daniels?
Sure, why not? This is my first time in this rodeo, and I'm going to be looking to my colleagues and sort of gauging their level of stress to figure out how I'm supposed to address this. But if I understand correctly, this projection of significant deficits year over year, is that normal, new to this year, something we've experienced in the past that seems to rectify itself, or is this experience?
It's normal. There are some concerns. There was some big labor negotiations that came through that I think are making the numbers a little bit more real than they have been in the past. I think that I haven't been here all that long, but they were pretty big increases, and I think that just generally makes everybody a little nervous. Pension costs are still rising, of course, but like I said, you know, it's really dependent on the market. If the market goes up, you could be looking at pension costs that could level out, right? Or even sometimes turn the other way. It just depends on how that's going to be. But in general, if you look back at these 3-year forecasts, you'll find out that they usually have pretty big numbers going out in the outer years.
Okay, and then is it something that is on the normal side that TOT remains so flat? And we only look back to 2020, and of course there was the pandemic, but is it generally this flat?
We projected at a 1%. So yeah, historically it's been semi-flat. I had the last like 4 or 5 years back there, but so you could see where it had came in. Yeah. But yeah, we do a pretty conservative 1% on that one, but you can see where it kind of spiked, where everybody went crazy for a minute after COVID and, you know, took all their vacations that they saved for. So,
well, I know that this board was very successful in creating another revenue source in the last election year, and I just really read this with such concern that especially the general fund cost drivers, how we keep this up, especially with salaries and health insurance, without exhausting what the general fund can provide ultimately. So we'll be putting our creative hats on how we can generate some revenue. And then the last question is, I'm going to leave that one. Never mind. It's too down in the weeds.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. Hard job, Deb, but thank you for stepping up in this role. And this is just the beginning of the process. Obviously, the tough decisions we got to make at the end of May when we take the budget vote. But I did want to just point out to some things, and this I think was part when I served on the budget committee. It's always the bad part of that, because I think sometimes we have to be honest with some departments in your role, monitoring departments so they could stay within budget throughout the year and not come to the end of a year where, I know this has been an ongoing issue for the Sheriff's Department, but to have a $7.6 million projected deficit up until this point, that's very significant. And the reason I've always said that, and this would be no news to the Sheriff's Department, I always bring that up, and I brought it up as a member of the Budget Committee, because I said every other department is doing their best to stay within budget, and they have to make decisions so that they don't overspend. And I want to make sure all our departments are doing the same, right? Because it's only fair that if everybody else works within their budget, that every other department should strive to do the same and to make the tough decisions to not have such a big number at the end that we have to deal with at the end of a fiscal year. The other new one that was new was all social services. And they said it was because of a delay in revenue. Are we getting that revenue? Because last year was $6.5 million. That's significant. Did they get that money? So are we able to offset what we had to advance to make them whole? We did. Okay, so that's good. But the other one I'm hearing, because I met recently with Director Jimenez in the Health Department, that they're having some financial troubles. It wasn't behavioral health because that's when I raised it because of the capital projects they have planned. But they have some other revenue issues that I think it looks like a 5.4 million, but it says with the new fee for service, they hope to close that gap. But there's a serious issue going on there, and I want us to be honest that that's something for all of us to watch in the health department. And the last thing I would say is what may happen this year with some programs, right? If Medicaid is cut, SNAP is cut, all of these programs we get reimbursed or we get funding for the people that we serve, we get those benefits to, and that in turn helps us put those positions in those departments. That's just the unknown at this time. We're looking to see when they vote on a budget. They're doing this something for the short term by the end of this week, but I think that other bill is going to come up probably in April, or some tough decision is going to be made. So that might throw a lot of this, at least for some of these departments that depend on those federal funding streams. It's another big unknown for us. Obviously, Measure A is the new one. We didn't have a slide on that. That should help a little. CIP projects, we were talking about capital improvement projects yesterday, and we all know there's a lot of projects on the unfunded list, so department heads were coming to us hoping to get at least some projects across the finish line. One of them, Supervisor Lopez, was, I think, some of the ARPA-funded projects in the lakes. The money didn't get those projects fully across the line, so there's a gap that's needed to finish some of those projects. So we'll hear about it when that comes back to us. And lastly, I think it's always looking how we can generate more revenue, right? So certainly on the TOT tax, if these hotels are getting built, that's a good thing because hopefully more stays and more TOT tax. Our property tax has been strong. TOT has been strong. Hopefully, if those projects are realized, that would also help us generate some more funds to offset some of these forecasts that I think have us all concerned at this time. But thank you.
Supervisor Askew?
You guys made a lot of really good comments, and I just want to say thank you, Debbie. I know you stepped into really big shoes to fill in our budget team. I think that the County of Monterey, we've been really incredibly lucky to have really strong leadership in our budget department that has set us up with some really great policies. As I was reading through the report and reflecting on sort of how we've gotten to where we are. The criteria that we have in our financial policies, the criteria that allow us to formulate the budget and the direction that the board has given, not exhaustive, but looking at alignment with our strategic initiatives and priorities. And I think that's why I argued so hard and wanted to make sure that we were really clear about when we were adopting our strategic initiatives, that we're really clear about what's written there, because that's a document that's used to guide our budget development. That when we have critical infrastructure through our CIP projects, that we're using the matrix that we have in our CIP process to then guide priorities through our budget process. So I think we've got really good systems in place to identify what our priorities are. You've outlined, I think, some of the biggest concerns that I have floating in my mind. Not having a strategic reserve that's full going into potentially a financial downturn does cause me some anxiety, knowing that we have, and we've talked about this when we had our FEMA presentation, but knowing that there are, we can't rely on the feds to fully fund reimbursements of natural disasters, and that we're really on our own to be able to respond in so many ways. It causes me anxiety. So as we look at budgeting, knowing that I want to make sure we've got our safety nets for ourselves in place so that we can continue to be the safety net for our community is so important. Is a priority, but thank you for stepping in. Thank you for holding all of this together for us in this critical year, and to our departments. I know that it will be challenging to build a budget this year, but I do know that one of the commitments that we've made and why it is challenging to build budgets this year is because we've made a strong commitment to pay our county workforce fair wages, and that we've retained a commitment to healthcare and to providing healthcare for our workforce. And I know that that's important. And so I just want to reiterate some of the reasons, the really good reasons, and it's because we care about our workers here in Monterey County.
All right, let's take this out to the public, see if there's any public input. See no one coming forward in the room. Any hands up via Zoom? All right, then we'll bring it back. And thank you, Debbie. I know you've stepped into some massive shoes to try to keep us wrangled going forward. And I think the numbers you've presented are realistic. They're conservative, and they're what we need to be aware of as we step into preparing for the next budget. A lot of the questions were already asked that I would have asked. I think one of the keys for me is that piece on the lakes, and the revenue turnaround has been a big win for us. So we'll continue to advocate for getting the lake stocked with fish, because when we do that, folks come out. It's been incredible to see the amount of people there on the weekends. So thank you again for the update and for keeping this particular focus of ours, which is a manageable budget, in place. And I know that it's not easy, but we appreciate what you're doing.
And Supervisor Lopez, just one thing I forgot to add, I want to agree with Supervisor Askey just on our reserve. I think at one point we're almost close to 80 million. It fluctuates, of course, because we utilize it. I think it's important to try to keep our reserve strong, because it helped us improve our credit rating. A few years back, we were really able to refinance some of our debt that ended up saving us millions of dollars. The other part was, I think it was that Fund 105, the pension liability fund. We kind of did that a little different this past year, but that's an ongoing liability that we have, and we're trying to pay something of that down. I want to make sure to just flag it as one of those issues that I hope we stay committed to for the sake of future boards of supervisors.
All right. And with that, we'll conclude. Thank you, Debbie. All right. Next item, 15, is Housing Authority presentation. I think you're doing the intro? Okay.
I'm going to present her as she makes her way down the aisles like The Price is Right. I'm taking the place of Roxanne, who is currently on her way to Watsonville. And so this is Zulika joining us today. And Zulika, I'll need you to introduce your partner that's here tag teaming with you. So the information that was shared by Roxanne, of course, says all kinds of great things about Zulika, but I think the highlight truly is the partnership that she has with our community and with our county, and the navigation that she's trying to provide as the federal government continues to adjust with the changes that are being implemented and proposed. So in addition to that, we do, as we receive concerns, as we hear of concerns, we work with Zulika to get back to our community as soon as possible. So she's been very responsive. And we, again, have been very grateful of the selection by the board of directors to bring Zulika in right before I got here. So we've actually been working in a great deal of partnership. So with that, I turn it over to Zulika so she could introduce her guest as well.
And I'm the executive director and the CEO/president for HDC, for the Housing Authority. I have with me today my chairperson, Ms. Kathleen Bellastores. She's excellent. The whole board is excellent. I tried to get them to come. Some of them came, but they had to end up leaving. But I just wanted her here so that we could talk about all the things that have happened in the last 2 years. We've been very successful in turning the Housing Authority around. And so this is really like a compilation of the last 2 years, ending on December 31st, 2024. So, let's see. How do I move this down? I don't want to get up. Okay, just tell you. Okay, good. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, they just changed it. I also gave you a handout because I wanted to have a handout version of it that you could look at it at your leisure. And so what we're going to talk about on this agenda is basically the housing voucher program, HUD, some of our partnership successes, new technology that we have incorporated, staff and leadership changes, and where we're looking to go. So next slide. For the agency overview, the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey is the largest housing and housing assistance organization in the county. We have 7 Board of Commissioners, which are appointed by this Board of Supervisors, and most of our funding, not all of it, but most of it comes from HUD. Our mission statement is to provide, administer, and encourage quality, affordable housing and related services to eligible residents of Monterey County. We are thinking about changing that, but that is the mission statement that we have now, and it perfectly aligns with HUD and the mission that they give us every year in the strategic planning. Next slide, please. The Housing Authority is made up of Section 8 vouchers, and then we have units. The units are either owned by HECM, the Housing Authority, or HDC, which is our development arm. Depending on the deals that we're doing, we decide who needs to be the forefront and then who would be the subordinate partner, so that sometimes we do property management fees, things of that nature, so that eventually the project as a whole is owned and managed by the Housing Authority. So we have 1,530 units that are owned by HDC, 294 that are owned by the Housing Authority. Then we also have 1,264 that are managed by the Housing Authority, and 560 that are administered by HECM and HDC. So together, this is where the partnership comes in for our development arm in the Housing Authority to make sure we have control over all our sites. And one reason that HDC has more units than the Housing Authority is because we got out of the business of public housing. Back in 2019, 2018, they did a RAD conversion. So all of the public housing sites that were owned by the Housing Authority were transferred to HDC to change the funding stream. Next slide, please. I came in December 2022, and prior to that, there were numerous problems at the Housing Authority. It was on the watch list for HUD. We were behind in financial reporting. The Section 8 program, known as the Housing Choice Voucher Program, was behind, underutilized, and there was a possibility of HUD coming in and labeling us as troubled. When they come in and label your agency as troubled, they put it into what's called receivership, and they take over. And normally when they come, they stay at least 5 years, and they mostly outsource the work and lay off the employees. So the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Supervisors was trying to avoid this, and that's how they did the search and ended up hiring me, and this was the initiative when I first came on. Next slide. Part of the problems, again, was the leadership and staffing, because there had been a lot of transition, and especially the executive position, where different people were just coming in, staying a little while, working remotely, things like that, so it wasn't stable. And then the voucher program had numerous issues, but we worked through those to try to use it to do new homeless initiatives, new administrative programs, and then streamline the processes and try to cut costs. One of the biggest things that happened that really helped the agency is that HDC used to be separate. So it had its own board and its own CEO/president, and that person did not have to report to the executive director of the Housing Authority. Well, that was changed prior to my coming on. So when I came on, they had already fixed that and had everything under one umbrella. So that's kind of why my title is Executive Director for the Housing Authority and then President/CEO of HDC. This way you have a uniform vision and strategic approach without potentially having conflict between the two entities. Especially, as I had just said a few minutes ago, a lot of the Housing Authority assets were transferred to HDC because it was a believed partnership that would exist forever. But if you're not working in alignment, those units can be used for something else that goes against the Housing Authority original plan. I'm glad to say that we are no longer on the watch list for HUD. The agency is, thank you. The agency has become stable. We're thriving. We have a lot of things planned, and that was one of the biggest accomplishments, and it took the whole staff and the support of the Board of Commissioners for us to do everything we needed to do to get off that watch list. Next slide. We're going to talk about the housing choice vouchers. So that was one of the main issues that we had in 2022. In the voucher program goes on a calendar year. Everything is from January to December 31st. That's how HUD measures the program's success. So as of December 31st, 2022, we had 3,249 vouchers that were leased up. So these are people that were actually in homes leased in the program. In 2023, we went up to 3,861 vouchers, and we brought on 838 new families. And at the end of 2024, we're at 4,553 vouchers leased with 874 new families. So we went from servicing 5,669 families and individuals to 9,250, which was a 40% increase in vouchers that are leased up. And we're almost at our complete allocation. The agency has 5,117 vouchers. So of that 5,117, right now we're probably at like 4,600 leased. So that was a major accomplishment. Thank you. Next slide, please. The way that we did this, we did have to take some innovative practices. So in 2023, we partnered with Hartnell College, and we had a one-day event where we pulled 300 applicants from the waiting list, and we made the voucher process a one-stop shop. They came in, they turned in their information, they got briefed, they got a voucher, and when they left, all they had to do was find a residence to stay in and come back with the rafter. It was a big success. Everybody really liked it. Most of the people got housed. We only had 2 people that had to get turned away, and it was because of income issues. And so we decided to do it again in 2024, but we did it on a grander scale. We partnered with Sherwood Hall in the city of Salinas, and we did a 3-day event that we called the 1 of 1,000. So we had T-shirts made, and you would be 1 of 1,000. And so in those 3 days, the goal was to issue 1,000 vouchers and do the same one-step process. A lot of community partners came in, the cities came in, some of the commissioners came down, the county administrator came down and helped, and we were very successful because in those 3 days, we actually issued out 1,006 vouchers. It was just really a good experience. If you were there, it was like the air was just filled with hope. The people were so happy because normally you have to wait on a waiting list for years before you're called. And we had just created this waiting list in July. Next slide, please. In our voucher program, we also have what they call special purpose vouchers. One of those was the EHVs, Emergency Housing Vouchers. HUD issued those in 2021, actually as a response to COVID and something to try to help with homelessness. In 2021, HELCOM received 269 vouchers. All of these vouchers had a shelf life. You had to have issued them by September 30th, 2023, and they had to be leased by December 31st, 2023. So in 2022, when we had, at the end of 2022, when only 50 had been leased, that was another issue that we had to correct to get off the HUD watch list. We worked very hard with the COC and local municipalities, and we ended up issuing really 280 vouchers. We went over the allocation. So we made concessions for the people that were over. Because of the information and the data from 2021 and 2022, HUD cut 4 vouchers off of the program, so we ended up with 265, but we did lease all 265, and the ones that were over, we just put them in the regular housing choice voucher program so that they didn't lose the opportunity to be housed. Then we have the mainstream voucher program. Mainstream vouchers are to help non-elderly families that the head of the household is disabled. In 2021, HELCOM got additional vouchers, so they had a total of 59 vouchers available. In 2022, they had only issued 29 of these. So we had $400 and some thousand that was going to be recaptured if we did not take measures to house the other 30 vouchers. We got together, we started working, and really in 2023, we housed all 59, and we have maintained between 59 and 58 moving forward. So HUD took back the order to rescind the money. They actually congratulated us on the success, and we were able to save that program so that hopefully we can get more in the future. Next slide. VASH vouchers. This is another one. We have the veteran vouchers, and this is for all the veterans. So if they're facing homelessness, if they got disabilities, any veteran that gets supportive services but also needs some affordable housing. So we work with the Veterans Transition Center, and they refer them over. We have an allocation of 324. As of 2022, we only had utilized 233 of them. So we had to get those numbers up as well as to not lose funding for our veterans in the community. We put some things in place, and now in 2024, we got to 305. So that was a big success for the program. And actually, once we hit the 305, which put us at 94% utilization, they're talking about maybe giving us some more veteran vouchers for the community. We're waiting back to see how HUD responds, but it is a letter that's put in to get an additional maybe 40. Next slide, please. So that was kind of like the overview of the voucher program in a big sense at a high level. Now let's talk about property management. Unfortunately, we had issues in our property management department as well. We had numerous vacancies. They were not scoring well on REACTs and MORs. All of our property management, since we don't have public housing, is ran out of the multifamily part of HUD. So that's why we have a management operation review that they come in and do, and then we have REACT inspections where they check the physical units and things of that nature. So we've improved on all of that. Right now we have 0 vacancies, and we have gotten good scores on all of our management reviews and REACT scores. We also found out that even though they had received COVID funds, there were still COVID funds that were left untapped for the Housing Authority because they got the COVID funds out of the PIH side. But again, property management is in multifamily. So we found out actually just in time to get them because it was the 3rd round and we only had about 2 months to process the paperwork, but we sent it in and we were able to get $159,650 in COVID funds that we don't have to pay back to help the operations of all the RAD properties. We also have a much better relationship with the USDA for our farm labor communities, and we were able to get an additional $300,000 from them to assist with operations, and we're also looking at trying to do some rehab work at some of the sites to improve the quality of living for the people that stay at those particular sites. Next slide, please. We have a great relationship with the HUD field office, which is always a plus. They really support us. They use us to talk to other housing authorities, and we have went from being a housing authority that was finna be on the troubled list to being one that is sought after for our innovative ideas and to find out some of the practices that we're using for the quick turnarounds that we have. We also got acknowledged because back in 2022, the agency audits were behind, and this is a really big issue. You get 9 months to complete your audit area because of all of the things that they require at the HUD office. So each year you have 9 months to complete 1 year of an audit. As of 2022, the audits dating back to 2019 had not been completed. The finance department, we have worked very hard. We worked closely with our auditors, worked closely with the HUD office, and we were able to get all of our audits completely up to date and completed. We are considered on time right now in the last 2 years. So we did 4 years worth of audits in 2 years worth of time. So that was a huge accomplishment. And the Section 8 department has maintained a standard rating, which is also huge because, again, it was almost finna be trouble. So we were able to get all those points back. We want to go to Superior. I had a plan to go to Superior, but depending on the next executive order, I'll let y'all know if we're going to be Superior or just maintain standard. Next slide, please. The partnerships. When I came in, the Housing Authority really had damaged partnerships. There was really like a negative overcast of the agency, wasn't a lot of confidence, but we have worked very hard to rebuild that. And I think it's shown in our successes because we partner with the City of Salinas and United Way. They granted us $331,000 in funding to assist families with the Section 8 department for security deposits and landlord incentives. We have spent all of that funding, and so we completed it on time. We are working with King City and the City of Salinas in hopes of recapturing 2 previous home key projects that we'll have more information on probably mid-April, but that's looking that it's going through very well. That'll be an additional 90 units, and that's millions of dollars. The state is also involved in that process. So to go from no partners to partnering with the state, partnering with King City, partnering with the City of Salinas and United Way, and people entrusting you with millions of dollars, I think that just speaks volumes for where the agency is right now. Next slide. We also worked with our Office of Migrant Services, and we secured $267,987 in funding to put in a fiber optic system at King City Migrant Center so that all of the residents out there get free Wi-Fi and internet services. We got $1.6 million to rehab King City Migrant Center. That rehab has been completed. It's in much better shape now than it was. And our Section 8 program, or Housing Choice Voucher program, because of all the improvements in utilization, our budget authority went up $23,294,779 for HAP payments since 2022. Next slide, please. Now, while we were working on all of the properties and trying to get our funding up and building relations, I also feel like the residents in the community are the first thing that we need to think about. So we invested into our Southwest system and got what's called Rent Cafe. With Rent Cafe, all of the residents can sign on, they can pay their rent, they can put in a work order, they can get real-time information on their file if they have questions. So this really helps with our customer service. And the certifications that they have to do, they don't have to come into the office. They can do everything from their mobile device because they just take a picture on their phone and upload it. And they can check their place on the waiting list too. Our vendors, now they can get paid direct deposit. Before, they were actually getting manual checks. So every week or 2 weeks, thousands of checks were being printed and sealed and delivered by hand to the post office. So imagine the time that we've saved now just going to direct deposit on that. You can go to the next slide. In Rent Cafe, we also have a landlord portal. So now the landlords can submit their information through the portal. They can check on payment status. They can put in for rent increases. They can see what the real-time development is on inspections and put in any type of customer service request that they have, and they go directly to their caseworker. So this cuts down on email and phone calls, and it's almost an instant response. One of the things that normally take a long time when you're housing somebody in the voucher program is actually signing the HAP contract, because the landlord have to do the lease and they have to get with the tenant to sign it. They have to send it back. Then we do the contract. So now all of that is done electronically. So the landlord is going to be able to go online and they can do the lease. The client can sign with electronic signature, and we can do the HAP payment all online, and everybody has a copy, and it meets all the HUD regulations. So that cut down on a lot of back and forth. And by us being a county housing authority, a lot of people come see us, they got to come from South County, you know, they got to come from Monterey. That's a lot of drive time. So it eliminates all of this, and it makes it really easier for them to work within the program. And by utilizing this, we did a small study, and we actually saved about $1.2 million for the agency. Because when you count all the time to print those checks, to mail the checks, for the people to come up there, the disturbances, all the letters, it was just a great savings that justified paying for it and having it added on. And we've been getting a lot of good feedback from it. So everybody's really liking it. We still just getting some people that use it, they're a little scared of it because they're scared of the computer. But for the people that are using it, they love the service. And especially being able to do their certifications online. Because now they don't have to take off from work to come in to do it. They can just send it through the portal. Next slide, please. Staff improvements. There was a lot of issues with the staff as well, and probably because the executive leadership kept going through transition. So we've been working on ways to try to engage them, motivate them, build up capacity. And so before I came, they had just initiated a survey that they did at the end of the year. So in 2022, we got the survey back, and it was a 2.0 out of 5. We did the survey again in December 2023, and we got a 4.2 out of 5, which is a drastic change. And you could tell just being there, the difference with the staff. We haven't finished with the one from 24 yet, but we're gonna do this every year. And so what I get with human resources and look at what all the staff complaints are, and then we just try to make a strategic plan based on that so that we can inform them if it's something that they just don't understand, or if it's actually something they need, make a plan to get it for them. And then I also share that with the board so that all of us are of one mind when we're moving forward. Next slide, please. The leadership team, as I said, it was through transition, but during this time period, it was myself. I have a fantastic executive assistant, Gabriella. Our human resource person he really knows how to humanize the experience of working at the agency. That's James Maynard Cabrera. Jen Liu is our new director of finance. She's from Canada. We got her instead of Elon Musk. And she's really smart. She's a CPA. She been a CPA for over 10 years, and so she's working really hard with our finance department. And then our director of housing programs during this time was Jonathan Campbell, and Nora, who was already employee, was working as an interim, but we have just hired a new director of development, Mr. Keith Gregory. We also had a lot of support from the Board of Commissioners, past and present. So that was John Wizard, Hans Booter, and then the present commissioners, Ms. Kathleen, Yuri Anderson, Francine Goodwin, Kevin Healy, Maria Orozco. They are all really passionate about affordable housing, about the staff, and about us doing the best services we can for the community. Please go to the next slide. Now, in looking ahead, we have some projects that we're working on. So PDM, we have 55 units over there. We're working with Bridge Housing, with behavioral health to do the Hope Housing program. That's up and running right now. We still got a few little things we're working out, but overall it's up, it's running, they fill in the units. And it should generate $5.8 million for the Housing Authority over the next 4 years. They received $11 million or $12 million grant, and we used some of it for rehab, and then the other part was for the actual rental of the units and things of that nature. Next slide. In our development department, we have some projects pending, which are going to bring additional funding of $35,013,429 to the Housing Authority in funding, and then we have $21,915,000 that'll be in property. That's over the next 3 to 5 years. We've just acquired Pacific Meadows and Carmel, the 200-unit senior living facility out there. Will officially take over on April the 1st. Thank you. Yeah, and we think after talking with them, I am very confident that we can resolve the issues that are going on out there and really enhance that property. And then we have another 450 units that are projected to come online in the next 3 to 5 years in Salinas, King City, Greenfield, and Soledad. Additional services. I'm really a supportive services person. When my first job in the Housing Authority, I was the home ownership supportive services person. Didn't even know that job existed. It helped people get a home. And so I'm real big on supportive services. Right now we only have the FSS program, which is tied directly to Section 8, but we're looking at changing that and bringing on more supportive services for the community. One of them is becoming a HUD certified housing counseling agency. So that'll help renters, homeowners, help you get credit worthiness, financial stability, and education classes as well. And we were recently awarded from HUD a new program that's worth $2.1 million for the foster youth. And that's a program that we expected to have running. Hopefully, it'll be great if it's the end of this year. We're just waiting on some things, but if not, early in 2026. And it's a twofold because it's also going to have a drop-in center, and it'll be in the city of Soledad. So these are just some of the things that we're working on that we project to happen in the next 3 to 5 years. Next slide, please. This is a picture that we took, the whole staff got together and we came to work. And because when you're on Zoom, everybody, I noticed they had all these professional pictures and my Polar staff was on there with just their name or their email address. So thankfully the commissioners agreed and everybody got to glamour up and take a nice picture. And so then we did a group picture out on the lawn of the Housing Authority. And so we thought it would be a fitting touch for the end of this presentation. And now, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you. Questions? Start to my right, Supervisor Askew.
Just want to say, like, a tremendous, like, I could stand up and cheer and, like, dance on this dais up here. The work that you've done has been absolutely incredible. The work that your team has done has been incredible. I remember the phone call that John and Hans got on the phone, and they were like, Wendy, we've got a problem. We've got some problems. We've got to alert you there's some issues. And it sort of set a whole chain of events into play, and ultimately led to you coming here and I think really being the right person at the right time to build the right team and clearly right our ship here. And I think we're really forever grateful to you, Zulika, and your family for being willing to make this this move. But this is a lot to celebrate. I know you've been busy, and we're really excited for everything that's to come ahead in the future. And I can also just reiterate the commitment that the county has and that each, I think, of us individually have. We spent all afternoon working on our housing element. We talked about specific sites to put in the housing element, but we know that there's so many more opportunities that we'll be continuing to work on, both in the unincorporated county as well as in partnership with each of our cities and all of our nonprofit housing and for-profit housing developers to make sure that we're meeting the needs of everyone in our community. So we couldn't do it without you, and you're clearly doing exceptional work. And I just want to say we really, really are so grateful that you chose to give us a chance to work with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Zulika, this is a tremendous report. And I always say, if you're doing great work in the community, nobody's going to tell your story unless we tell it ourselves. And this should be in the news. This should be in the Weekly or the Herald, because this is a dramatic success, a dramatic turnaround of a troubled agency, but has made great strides under your leadership. And as we were here listening to your report, I was looking back at my referral back December 10th, 2021. And back then, the title of the referral was to reorganize and consolidate the Housing Authority of Monterey County and its subsidiary, the Housing Development Corporation, under one executive director and have the Board of Supervisors serve as the governing board at that time. That's how bad it was at one point. But I want to thank the board who stayed on. Thank you, District 1 Chair Ballesteros, for staying on through the storm, because it has now paid off, where you could look back and said, yes, things are not 100% perfect, but in all these areas, we have made great strides. And guess what? In the end, we're serving more people, addressing the needs of the community. It is our communities who win. But it's also the employees who win, because before Zuleika and even before Jose Gomez, may he rest in peace, there were multiple visits here to this building, employees who were upset about this or that. And there were kind of a culture of not collaborating, and I know you focused also on changing that. So as my colleague said, you were the best person to come at the right time to make all these changes, and our community is grateful for the great work you have done so far. So I just want to express my accolades, and this presentation should go on the road to show we have done great things, and the community, our community, I could say, is really grateful. So thank you for always being a partner. Lastly, I would say to my colleagues, when we've had projects that have been really set back, like the hotel conversions in King City and Salinas, Roxanne reached out to Zulika, and instead of saying, we're too busy, we got too much going on, Zuleika rolled up her sleeves in those moments to say, okay, how could we work together and try to find a solution for these? So even on those, I want to really say it wouldn't have been possible. And I know Mayor LaBar in King City would agree that it wouldn't have been possible without housing authority the way it is today serving the community, that now we're almost there to try to get that across the finish line. So thank you and much respect to you and all the team.
Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you so much, and thank you both. And I'm new, so I get to once again come in on the heels of a success story, which is really impressive. But everything that I heard in terms of improvement, the employees, the administration, the vouchers, the properties, your leadership, the work of the commission is just it's really impressive. And since I have to run out right after this meeting, and I won't be able to say it in person, I just really look forward to working with you and being someone in District 5 who can help create new opportunities for the seniors and the youth and everyone who in past years I know have had vouchers and know where to place them. So this is just all very exciting, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I want to say it's very impressive work. I mean, there's just no other way to say it. I wasn't here in 22 when it was at the steps, and apparently the board supervisors had to take things over. But looking at this now, seeing everything that's been done, just not in the work you've done for the community and helping people, but in the office itself is just tremendous. And I look at this chart here that shows this increase, and I go, well, that says it all right there. And because I kind of like numbers and everything and looking around, I even looked at that, and in 2022, each voucher was serving 1.7 people. And in 2024, it's serving 2.0 people. So, each voucher now is even more, doing more for the community. And so it's altogether just a real great success. I know you're going to have some real challenges and the time ahead because the funding probably isn't going to be there that you need. So I'm glad to see you're there because there might be some rough times ahead. Let's hope not, but there might be. And that's when leadership is really needed, and you've shown what you can do. And I don't expect you're going to be able to keep this trend going up, but you're going to be there to help people, and that's what's important. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. And we started planning for what's going on now last year in July. And so recently they sent out a mandate, but I had already got it approved by the board in February for us to take those steps. So we got a plan in place to sustain the people that are leased up. Unless something dramatic happens, anybody that has a voucher will be able to keep a voucher. But we won't be able to issue any new ones for a while. But we almost at our 100% anyway. So, but the main thing to me is to not let anyone lose one. So we do have a contingency plan. So unless something really drastic comes out, we should be okay.
Great. Let's go out to the public and see if there's any public who wishes to comment on this presentation.
Brian Rosen.
Mr. Rosen.
He's not unmuting.
Mr. Rosen.
Hello, hello, supervisors. Nice to speak with you again.
Brian, I'm not sure.
There are so many people. There are so many people looking for housing. The waiting list is absolutely huge. I know so many people who can't get housing, and this is a drop in a bucket compared to the need. It's a great program, but what we need to do, I think, is to try to expand it to include have trailers for people. And trailers really are a good thing. They're much more environmental. They can be removed. They don't create a permanent impact. Supervisor Lopez, and I would really encourage you to do trailers. I know people who live in trailers. They're very nice people, and they're very cozy, and we can provide for a lot more people. And clotheslines, too. A lot of complexes don't allow clotheslines, it would be wonderful to use solar energy and help people save money by having all the housing authority complex allow clotheslines for the residents. In Santa Barbara, they have a wonderful complex with vegetable gardens and fruit trees, and people get to, I know quite a few elderly people that live down there.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. We're at time. We
Thank you
appreciate
very
your
much.
comment. Anyone else?
Yes, phone number ending is 705.
705.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. I second the trailer idea, and I'll tell you why. There are so many good used trailers, and they're cheap, and you can provide spaces for them where people can live temporarily until they can get more affordable housing, if there is such a thing. I don't really believe that the homeless are going to be able to afford this affordable housing. It's my understanding that that's going to provide only 25% to low income, and otherwise it's going to be middle and upper. And so what happens when we provide 3,000 new homes? What happens after that? We're going to be mandated to have to provide more and more and more. When does this body of government say, no, we cannot do it? Because we are already hurting our sanctuary. It's already heating up, and it's dying. At what point do we finally say enough is enough? So definitely, I see a lot of homeless out here that would like to have a place at Fort Ord where they could have tents like they do in Santa Cruz at the Armory. But I've emailed you, and no one wants to respond to that. And even Congressman Panetta mentioned that he would be willing to work with the supervisors.
Thank you, Lorna.
2 years
We're at
ago.
time. Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else via Zoom?
Melanie Rhodes.
Melanie Rhodes.
Hi there, good afternoon. Melanie Rhodes, Interim Behavioral Health Director, Bureau Chief for the county. And I just wanted to, thank Zuleika and thank the Housing Authority for their partnership in helping to bring forward our first behavioral health bridge housing program here in the county. That program opened up taking in the first residents in August of last year, and we are already at 70% capacity. We've housed 85 people in total. We have 20 family units out there. There's 30 kiddos out there, and we've already had some folks who have got into the Hope Housing Project and program and taken advantage of all the services and supports out there that have transitioned on to permanent housing placements. So we've already had 4 transition to other permanent housing placements. So again, we're ahead of the plan. The plan was to really house 50% in that first year, and we've surpassed that. So just wanted to bring that data to light and just say again, thank you to the Housing Authority for their partnership.
Thank you, Melanie. Anyone else? All right, see no other hands up. We're going to close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Thank you, Zuleika. I've not had the opportunity to meet with you, but I have felt the partnership throughout South County. Is almost every room I walk into to talk about housing and challenges for programs. A savior tends to show up via email and phone call, and they say, don't worry, Zuleika's got it covered. And so every time I hear that, I have faith and trust given the road that you've proven yourself on time after time that does lead south. And that means a lot to me representing South County. I want to thank you for the partnership on that $2.1 million. Bringing that in was a labor of love for me. And so now having it here and knowing that we're going to partner together to bring solutions to South County, specifically Soledad, means a lot to me. So thank you. Having been here for almost 17 years, working for a supervisor before sitting in the seat myself, the frustration as a staff member reaching out to the Housing Authority to seek help was something that was very real for me as a staffer. And so being in a position now where I hear the opposite from my staff who says we're working together, they're getting back to the person. It used to be grinding out, begging for a callback so that people would say I was heard, I was seen. And the staff that you've put together, the team you've put together with your commissioners as well to lead us forward is one that you deserve, as Supervisor Alejo said, to be commended and to have this story told in every paper, from every rooftop, and on every local news station, and maybe even beyond that. This is a true achievement. So thank you for what you're doing every single day to impact lives throughout Monterey County. It's seen, it's felt, and it's truly appreciated.
Thank you.
Any other supervisors as we wrap?
Can we give a round of applause? That's
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All right. With that, thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you soon.
All right, thank you for letting us come and do the presentation.
Absolutely. All right, so next we have other board matters, I believe, on our agenda, so I'm going to turn to our CAO. Let me look.
All right, we do not have new referrals this time around. Or a presentation related to referrals. I did have just a brief update related to the UC Cooperative Extension, just in terms of program highlights. Let me just change glasses here. Okay, here we go. Through funding initiatives supported by Senator Laird, UCCE is committed to growing, which is the University of California Cooperative Extension, is committed to growing research and extension of the County of Monterey. New allocations of 3 full-time advisors, researchers to our area, and filled entomologist position, approved refilling of 2 advisor positions, both vegetable crops and weed scientists, and nursery crops and horticulture, expanded collaboration research with CAL FIRE, CSUMD, USDA, Hartnell College, with discussions of new food safety program. In addition, the cooperative has expanded research, extension, and community development, adding programs in fire science and prescribed burns, agricultural technology program, and use of drones in agriculture, research in 4-H youth development, and livestock biosecurity. The standout research accomplishments have included a new lettuce disease, which is very long name, stem and basal rot, was first discovered by our plant pathology advisor in Monterey County. Developed technology and practices to remove 98% of the suspended sediments and pesticides from our agricultural runoff, and provided research-based insight to help shape water regulations in Ag Order 4.0. And lastly, they've provided measurable services, over 15,000 irrigation and fertilizer recommendations made using crop management decision support, an online irrigation and nutrient management tool, 4,770 educational and diagnostic interactions with the public, 24 academic-led workshops, field days, and classes with over 800 participants total, 525 youth in 4-H youth development program, and UC Master Gardener volunteers reach 1,479 residents. So all of that great work is being done by our University of California Cooperative Extension. Sorry. Thank you.
For board comments, I'll start to my right. Supervisor Askew.
For sure. Tomorrow, I'll be hosting Wednesdays with Wendy at 5:30. We've got Public Works, Randy Ishii, coming to talk about our roads in District 4. We don't have a lot of county roads, but we do have a bunch of them, and we're going to talk about them and more. So I welcome everyone to join us online. And then I also wanted to just thank Congressman Panetta and Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren for being present in the community and hosting town halls. Panetta was here in District last week, hosted a town hall talking about Medicaid, and Congresswoman Lofgren will be hosting a teletown hall on Sunday, March 16th at 1:30, also to bring us up to speed on some of the issues facing our community in regards to Medicaid. Encourage folks to listen in, get engaged, and contact our reps and let them know that these issues are important and that we do need them to be voicing our concerns in DC. Thanks.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. It was an honor to join our CAO, Nick Chulos, Supervisor Lopez, and Supervisor Askew at NACO last week, and make, I think, was it last week?
Last week.
It feels like a month ago.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have a meeting because we were over there, But I want to thank us for making rounds. We were making rounds with different Congress members and met directly with Schiff and Senator Padilla on behalf of our constituents. So we appreciate that. Tough times for sure, but I want our residents to know that we're being voices for them on issues like the proposed cuts to Medicaid and SNAP and CalWorks and even our FEMA reimbursement so we can get our money back. But I did want to just point out there was one meeting that I was not allowed into, and that was at the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, even though we had pre-registered for pre-clearance 2 weeks in advance, literally half an hour as we were waiting outside into the Eisenhower building, which is right next door to the White House, West Wing White House, and then it's the Eisenhower building. Our lobbyists got a call for CSAC and said that they wouldn't allow me for some reason to go in. So I hope that's not the partisan practice that even for a meeting with the Intergovernmental Affairs Office that people are being screened and perhaps not allowed. And I know it will only be a matter of time whether this is a practice up there. Obviously, there's other reports of other folks not being allowed access and given security clearances to enter federal buildings. So, but nonetheless, we did all the work that we were supposed to do up there. The second thing I wanted to announce was just to thank Supervisor Church and his team. We tag team on the Pajaro Know Your Rights Forum. We had about 200, just over 200 attendees. And want to thank our superintendent of the Pajaro Valley School District for partnering with us and everyone who came out to help and table. Our next one is with Supervisor Askew next week from tomorrow at Seaside High School in partnership with the school district and the city of Seaside on March 19th. And that will be our last and final tour of these workshops, Know Your Right workshops. Lastly, I wanted to congratulate some of our sports teams. I won't talk about your soccer team. I'll leave that for you. But Everett Alvarez High School won their Division I CCS championship, and they won the Northern California championships last Saturday. So I think they go to state now. And so hopefully we could bring some of these teams to get recognized. The only one I will mention that's not in my district, but it's in Supervisor Daniels. It's the girls wrestling team. And as a former team captain of my high school wrestling team, it was the first, I think, time that Monterey High School girls wrestling won their CCS championship. So maybe we could all bring our schools together, CCS championship recognitions next month. And last but not least, I want to recognize my staff, Jasmine Mejia. It was her 25th birthday, and want to wish her a very happy birthday. I want to thank her for everything she's done for our office. She's been amazing, hardworking, and I just want to express I'm really lucky to have a really great team of workers who give it all for the community. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Sure. I want to express some gratitude for my team too, because one of my colleagues was with me until 9:15 last night, getting some work we didn't get done earlier in the day done at the office. So thank you for triggering that. And I just also want to say that in terms of all the events that I've gone to and what the last week has looked like, it has been a really difficult time to come in and be a supervisor. And I have so much respect for all of you, but with everything that's happening at the federal level, and I did attend Congressman Panetta's town hall on cuts to Medicaid, and it's been really trying and difficult. And so, but I did make it on Saturday to a celebration of International Women's Day. It was in the shape of an action/protest. You can read about it in the Monterey County Weekly. And that helped with the way that I was feeling and have been feeling. So that's good. And I am so sorry to hear that our colleague, Supervisor Alejo, was on a list and not allowed into the Eisenhower building. That's just emblematic of what we're experiencing right now nationwide. I spoke at the Monterey Rotary, not about anything I just mentioned, and it was terrific. That was this week, and I enjoyed getting out and being with my constituents and talking about the issues of water supply, housing. This Saturday, I've got two speaking engagements. We're having another listening session in the community of Kashawa. I'm sure fuel mitigation work, I'm sure housing and community development, permitting, and road work will all be on the agenda. And then I'm speaking at the annual meeting of the Carmel Valley Association also on Saturday. And I think that's what I have to report. Thank you all for a great day. Very productive.
A little long. Supervisor Church. My bad.
Thank you. And I first want to start by saying that it's not good to make fun of the chair during the meeting because he'll get even.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to touch upon a few things. This Thursday, having my actually first town hall of the year. It's for Oak Hills, Thursday 6 to 7:30. It's actually in Castroville because they don't have a good place to meet there in Oak Hills. It's the North County Rec Center. Does usually have a pretty good turnout though. Also, this Saturday, I believe it's a Saturday, is it? Yes, this Saturday, 1 to 9, St. Patrick's food truck night in Salinas, down by the train station there, and that is in District 2. I should point out to everybody, right at the right at the outskirts, right there, barely that little corner. I will be there. There's going to be about a dozen or so food trucks. Be looking forward to seeing what the fares are down there. Also, this Sunday is the Prudendale Shopping Center Spring Fling. It's going to have some local artisans and vendors offering arts, crafts, and food. And this Sunday at the American Legion out in Prudendale, a St. Patrick's Day fundraiser with tri-tip or corned beef cabbage dinner, horseshoe tournament, music, and, of course, green draft beer. Starts at 1 o'clock.
All right. So I want to share, last night we had a late night as well. I want to thank my team. I think they didn't get home probably till close to 9:30, 10 o'clock after a great listening session in San Ardo where we gave updates on the ATP grant and talked about the future desires of the community. I want to thank Supervisor John Pashang, who came up from San Luis Obispo County to join us for that one. It was just incredible to have the entire team from the Health Department, Public Works, on the ground. There was probably 12 county employees there till the very end, engaging with community. We had a great turnout and a great conversation. I'll share that this Saturday we're going to have our next one in Ranchita Canyon. Most folks don't know where Ranchita Canyon is, but it's sort of south of, in a weird way, Parkfield. So it's kind of down in that far corner abutting San Luis Obispo County. So we'll be down there Saturday and look forward to being with community then. And then to finish, Supervisor Alejo's congratulations earlier on the sports teams. I want to congratulate the Gonzales High School soccer team, the boys, who came in second in state. So it was a huge achievement. They won all the local divisions and got to the state final and brought home the second place trophy. Fell just a little short of that big one. It was right at the very end, but a great game. And so those are my updates, and I'll check with County Council to see if we have anything to report out.
No reportable items today, Chair.
And then we are journeying in memory today of Mario Guzman Mendoza, Alicia Ramirez Aparicio, Francisco Aldape Perez, Olivo Perez Piña. These are the victims of the 2024 King City mass shooting, which happened almost nearly a year ago today. And unfortunately, not long after we passed that anniversary, we lost a young man, Christian Hernandez, in King City as well. I want to send our heart out to their families and also thank local law enforcement who, in both these cases, has been able to bring the responsible parties to justice. Our communities are hurting, but we're also healing. It's been heartening to see folks come together and hold each other up, lift each other up, and I want to thank our DA's office, whose victim rights advocate has been right there at the front line, making sure that these families have the resources that they need. I read a story on Facebook earlier today from a school employee who had taken a picture of Christian on his 8th birthday, and we have a lot to live for, and especially for our youth. And I want to thank our community for standing by each other during these difficult times, and thank county staff who've reached out to make the necessary preparations to make sure that we prevent violence in our communities when possible. And with that, we'll adjourn in their memories. Thank you.